It is a Saturday morning, and it is a beautiful day for flesh and blood, ladies and gentlemen. This time in the Silver Age variety, because Battlegrounds season has begun. Bryce Platt's here with Patrick R., and we are going to be bringing you all of the action happening in the Chicago neck of the woods. It's MinMaxGames bringing you the first ever live-streamed Battleground. And like I said, it's Silver Age flavor. What do you expect to see, Patrick?
Well, a lot of KO. That's the idea. KO leading the pack, counter picks to KO, the counter picks to the counter picks to KO. The format is so dynamic. The format is so kinetic. I'm really excited to see what we have out there today.
Now, it is there's no mincing words around the fact that Silver Age is a little bit of a contentious format, especially if you venture onto X, where volatile comments are the way of the world. But all these players are looking for an angle going into ProTour Yokohama. Is there a way to take down the big bad? And I'm so excited for a round one pairing because I think one of those counter picks and on the other side of the table, one of those counters to the counters is going to be on full display.
Absolutely. And I believe you're referring directly to Valda, which some would speculate is the best answer to KO. Unfortunately for this Valda, not quite getting rewarded with a KO in round one.
Because the other side of the table is going to be Dromai, not the Ash artist, but just standard Dromai, because she's in her young flavor here, and she's just gotten back a really useful tool against, especially Guardians, Rake the Embers. Now, Patrick, before we dive down into the match area, which we will be doing post-haste, why is Valda the answer to KO in a lot of players' minds?
I think the idea with Valda is that she's able... Sage is not a disruption-heavy format. And I think with Valda, she's one of the few heroes who is able to present consistent disruption while at the same time presenting just this unending tempo, assuming there's not able to be a pivot point on the other side. I do hope we are going to be able to see a showcase of that. I don't think any major sort of... there hasn't been any major chance for Valda to quite show KO what the good is quite yet. Maybe we'll see that today. It's always flexible how much KO representation there is going to be in a room.
100%, but in this case, Dromai could be the very answer. Valda can't be a slouch, though, because, of course, there is the matter of 6-power attacks, and it is fully loaded in the Guardian suite. There are plenty of poppers to deal with some of these dragons, which will fizzle into the ash from whence they came once they see too much power on the defense. Lucas Barding taking on Jacob Holderbow. Valda Brightaxe versus Dromai. We have to mention here first that Lucas is no stranger to top tables. He was just placed in the top 4 at the showdown in Memphis, so not only is he not a stranger to high-stakes flesh and blood, he also is really good in this Silver Age format.
Yeah, and that's really quite the achievement by Lucas, because you perceive Valda as a deck that's good into KO and maybe a little bit weaker than the other Guardians into the rest of the room.
Jacob Holderbow starting off exactly how Dromai wants to, just generating a heck of a lot of ash. In this case, using Time Skippers as the pitch outlet. Does look like on the horizon, and I want to say 2 dragons going to the bottom of the deck in order to get the ash generation online. An interesting choice here from Jacob in terms of the equipment. A lot of players are defaulting to Glory Seeker, the helmet that allows you to, yes, just pinch a bunch of reds and also get a card back for your troubles at instant speed. In this case, the foot slot is what's getting it done for Mr. Holderbow.
Yeah, and functionally here, no difference between Glory Seeker on turn 0 and Time Skippers. Maybe getting a little more equity to the extent you weren't going first in this matchup with Time Skippers.
And Lucas Barding's first turn of the game is just going to be gain 1 life and heave Smelting of the Old Ones into the arsenal. 2 Seismic Surge tokens generated there. And Jacob Holderbow coming out of the band zone is Rake the Embers. And right after he generated so many ash on turn 1, now turned into 3 ash wings, and definitely going to be a thorn in the side of Lucas.
Yeah, Jacob doing us quite a favor and showing us the premier card for Dromai in this format right off of the bat. This will surely shore up these Guardian matchups.
And there's also a payoff dragon at the end of this chain if no popping is to be done from Lucas, which I tend to think one of these ash wings is going to the Shadow Realm at the behest of a 6-power attack, because there's definitely one in the hand of Lucas Barding.
Yendurai, one of those dragons, it's a little bit typically difficult to clear up in one fell swoop, but Lucas playing enough large attacks that if he so choose, could probably just take out the Yendurai in one big attack as opposed to having to utilize a popper.
And curious here, Jacob deciding not to attack here, forcing Lucas to just send this big physical attack face because it is just not efficient for Guardians to clear allies on board the old-fashioned way by attacking them. Usually that is a ninja's game to play. In this case, Lucas just wants to send 10 big ones Jacob's way, and yes, unfortunately, IP a card ultimately, but one of them is a block card, which may come in handy on a future turn.
Yeah, and here, Jacob... well, getting to use one of the few, the closest to a D-React Dromai will have in this format in Sand Cover will cover up 4 of this 10 damage. I believe there's a crush effect here on, is that a binding of the old ones?
Yeah, but it's only against a Guardian opponent.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's kind of like Clash of Heads, Clash of Chess in that it's Guardian-centric pain. In this case, Jacob being an illusionist, going to be insulated there, but he is going to cash in some of this ward equipment that he's got on board. Of course, Silken Shroud and also Wave of Reality. So a Spectral Shield token and a Ponder token should be left on the board when all is said and done.
Bryce, Silken Shroud, I have got to say, one of the best cards to come out of Pen. Just the idea of a headpiece basically being 4 value, 1 from the ward, 3 from the ponder you're getting is a pretty much a strict upgrade, and maybe the reason we don't see Glory Seeker in these lists anymore.
And no IP penalty self-inflicted for Lucas. Instead, just sends that Crash and Bash to the bottom of the deck with 2 remaining floating resources to generate 3 Seismic Surge tokens and heave a blue Thunderquake into the arsenal. And now, a Nimblism out of Jacob Holderbow's hand, which I think is a very sage, pardon the pun, inclusion in Dromai, especially because we've already seen a Jackby Nimble, or excuse me, Jackby Quick, I'm not sure which one it was, go to the bottom of the deck, pitched on the first turn of the game. So now that measly attack for 3 is going to be a 4 go again if it's able to rear its head. But Billowing Mirage has to come in first, and beefed up by the Nimblism makes this one 6 go again. Also, yet another Ashwing on the board.
Jacob up to 4 Ashwings, developing quite a board already, as to your point. And I'm wondering if we're getting to the point where Jacob is willing to send an Ashwing as sort of a 1-card tax per turn. Typically want to wait until you've built up quite an arsenal of those Ashwings before you do so, but 4 may be that number.
Crash and Bash devoted to the block here in addition to the Basalt Boots. So 1 damage does leak through and find home, and Ashwing following up. Lucas just taking it here, indicating that he's not willing to pop, or he's at least willing to take some damage and try to get that juicy Yender Eye should Jacob dare to send it, but it doesn't look like he's going to take the bait. That Ponder token unable to clear the arsenal on that turn, so not really getting any extra value from the Silken Shroud.
Yeah, and interesting, effectively an intellect penalty there from Jacob. He did have to pitch a Blaze Headlong, which is, 4 value, otherwise a free 4 value. So have to wonder what that last remaining card was to force that unfortunate sequence.
And it's promising terrain out of the hand of Lucas. This is essentially Mordred Tide, but for Seismic Surge tokens. Then it's a Tectonic Instability, going to sink the arsenal of both of these heroes, which I really like after Lucas had just heaved the Thunderquake into the arsenal. Means so many more Seismic Surge tokens coming out, and also some extra card draw. Valda, of course, is going to be creating Seismic Surges not just by her own effects, but also whenever Jacob draws a card during an action phase.
Here, sending a Debilitate, we're starting to see some of the tempo that Valda can generate here whenever those draws are generated, whenever the Seismic Surge tokens start to pile up here. Just a neat little 1-card 8 with the Crush effect.
And it's important to remind everybody at home, I mean, Guardians are known for blocking, right? But Valda is one of those Guardians that can really grab the tempo and hold on to it with an iron grip until the end of the game, as long as these Seismic Surges keep rolling.
And here, Lucas, to your earlier point, Bryce, making the decision to just not even attempt to deal with these dragons, or I guess deciding to give exactly one card on defense to dragons per turn. Otherwise, the face is the place.
Kyloria and Smoldering Scales come out to play. In addition to the Spectral Shield token, which means Jacob descends down to 14, now 3 life points behind Lucas Barding, who places a card in Arsenal with 5 Seismic Surge tokens on the board, ready to go.
And Kyloria, typically one of the premier dragons that you have as Dromai. In this matchup, I would say pretty unlikely to ever be able to trigger Kyloria's draw card.
And there it is, Jack Be Nimble in the hand of Jacob Holderbout, now ready to get its full value. But first, it's an outed out of the hand. What do you think about this inclusion?
I've seen outed in a few of these Dromai lists. It typically signals to me this is a red line list, which I guess we haven't seen any blues thus far. It's a great sort of head jab, starts your turn, gets your dragons go again. Perfectly defensible pick in Dromai.
Outed, blocked by a block card from Compendium of Wraith, in this case not going to get any extra value. Jack Be Nimble, the follow-up, banishing a Nimbleism from the graveyard, now given +1 and go again, and a juicy on-hit that is just not going to be relevant against Lucas.
One interesting thing here for Jacob is there is a bit of tension in that we know in Jacob's hand he has a Snatch, which is the best chain ender in the format, I'll venture to say, but he's also got these dragons. So you sort of have to make a decision between committing your dragons essentially to their doom to be popped, getting value in taking a card from the opponent, or affirmatively sending a Snatch, which will require probably a card from him, maybe some equipment in order to stop the draw.
And the drawback of Dromai in Silver Age is not having access to Flame Scale Furnace. You don't have easy pitch outlets in order to just generate extra ash from cards that you would otherwise IP, which I think makes a lot of sense when you consider Jacob's options here. So instead of throwing the Snatch, instead of even having to think about, do I throw Ashwings and try to get to that extra chain link, instead just going to resolve the second copy of Rake the Embers, leave 1 Ash up and generate 2 Ashwings, leaving which are left behind by that non-attack action. Back over to Lucas Barding, who pops 5 Seismic Surge tokens, now has the keyword Dominate on any of his cards that say Crush. And in this case, it is one coming in with Crush. Once again, the on-Crush effect is not going to be super relevant on smelting of the old ones because Jacob is not a Guardian, but 10 Dominate is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, and 2 cards from hand in for Lucas that could be theoretically threatening a pummel to get some extra effect there. I don't think that is the case. We'll be able to end the turn with a heave, though.
2 Seismic Surge tokens generated for his troubles at the end of the turn. Of course, needs 1 more in order to get Dominate on the next turn for that blinding of the old ones. But Jacob does have a retort here. It is Billowing Mirage II coming in after generating an Ash token with Chromite in the pitch zone. An interesting choice not to deploy that dragon. Makes me wonder about the last card in the hand. 3 damage does come across the line. Down to 11 goes Lucas Barding. And of course, an Ashwing is left behind. I do think that Jacob is running out of space in order to hold back these dragons.
Yeah, 7 getting a little precarious, but I think we're at the point now for Jacob where I mean, in your Lucas's seat, you have to pop the first Ashwing because you can't just leak 6 damage and try to be greedy and take the Ender Eye. So I think Jacob at this point comfortable trading an Ashwing for a card from hand from Lucas.
Total of 4 from the equipment for Lucas Barding here. Shores up all of the damage of that Blaze Headlong, and here is the telltale first Ashwing. The hand for Lucas Barding. It's just a little bit out of my range. Not sure about the popper, but based on his gesture, yes, indeed, it will be a pop.
Yeah, and certainly I think it's non-negotiable to the extent you drew a popper to go ahead and do it there. Lucas may be just doing the math on how much damage he's going to be able to send back to Jacob to try to steal back a little bit of his tempo with this board quickly getting out of control.
Forgive us, we are adjusting our overlay here so that our hand cams are nice and nailed down for you. But it is that blinding of the old ones coming in for 10 big ones. Dominate, of course. Extra Seismic Surge token generated, I believe, on Jacob's turn. So this one will have Dominate.
And this is threatening lethal, Bryce. I mean, Jacob's going to need either a sand cover or a 4 blocking hand to be able to survive this. Lucas, I think, doing it, really a masterclass here in pressuring, in showing what it takes to pressure this board of Dromai before it quickly gets out of control. Then you lose. You're always going to lose the long game against Dromai.
And yikes, I do not see the way out of it for Jacob Holderbow here. But there is, in the Arsenal, an Oasis Respite. Really, really nice placement there by Jacob Holderbow, insulating him from death there. A total of 7 blocked, 3 does leak through, but 1 life gain as well leaves Jacob at 6.
And he should have got an Ash there, too. I think might have missed that. At 1, that could come back to bite him. Of course, his Rake Up the Embers are gone at this point, so... maybe a little bit less, but yeah, now forced to go down to 0. That, albeit, if you're going to go down to 0, Mirror Guy is really the dragon to do it for.
And we have found a blue in the deck of Jacob Holderbow. It is a Passing Mirage, which he was gesturing to block with. I think he just wanted to get rid of it and probably fix his Ash problem, which would have been fixed by remembering the trigger on the Oasis Respite, of course. But in this case, it's in the pitch zone and laying bare that there are blues in the deck. And I think this is a really good one to include, especially against a Guardian opponent that has so many 6s. And doesn't look like the popper's going to be coming out of the hand of Lucas. He does take 1 already from an Ashwing after blocking with the final block on Steelblade Buckler. And the Ashwings come out to play. Will he send the Mirror Guy in the end, though? That's the real question. Looks like Jacob holds it back. I do think that I would prefer to send it in this case just to put the hurt on Lucas.
I think so, too. Lucas, I think, signaling a pummel or some way to close out this game. His attack won't have Dominate because he doesn't have the requisite number of Seismic Surges. So to me, that turn from Lucas said, send me your damage. I need every card in my hand to be able to close this out. Fire alarms would be going off for me if I were Jacob.
And I love the way that Jacob is playing this. Yes, the pummel is coming, and it doesn't really help you to just constantly throw all of your cards in front of it because Lucas would just hold it back. Jacob just goes for the better scenario, in which case, in the case that he wouldn't have died, he still would have had a Scar for a Scar. He would have had a starter, been able to swing out that entire board, as Dromai likes to do. But in this case, Lucas finds himself winning round 1 here at the first ever streamed Battleground put on by MinMaxGames. Gotta love that action there, Patrick. I don't think that Valda is necessarily favored into Dromai ultimately, but Lucas shows that he knows this matchup well enough to have an established game plan, and that faces the place.
Absolutely. A very dynamic matchup for the Guardian player in this Dromai matchup, knowing when to navigate cleaning up dragons versus going face. There, Lucas making, I think, every decision right, choosing when, basically just ignoring the dragons from the beginning, popping when he had to, not popping when he had the chance to end the game. I think showing exactly why he's had so much success in this format.
Which is also just kind of the quintessential skill test of a player going up against Illusionist. When do I stop worrying about the board? When do I start putting pressure? When do I decide that the board's a moot point? I need to end this game by damage rather than try to control what the opponent is doing.
Yes. And I think also Lucas showcasing one of the things I forgot to mention earlier when talking about the KO Valda matchup, the draw, the seismic surge is taking advantage of the ponder token that Jacob was able to generate early in order to get quicker to that seismic surge threshold and quickly start sending evasive damage.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Valda can grip that tempo with an iron grip. I know. Man, I am all over the place with the puns today. But you see what we're talking about, folks. Valda is anything but a straight-up defensive guardian. She can pummel her way through any game with the best of them. And speaking of the best of them, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a metagame breakdown for you here. It's a total of, I want to say 75-ish players that we've got here. You can go ahead and do some math on your hand. I'm getting word from the booth that it is indeed 78 players. And holy cow, what is not surprising to me, Patrick, is that KO makes up north of 25% of this metagame, followed shortly by Ira Crimson Haze, one of your favorite decks. But what is surprising to me is the 8 copies of Arachne. This is, of course, the Huntsman-flavored Arachne from Dynasty, but in his young form.
Very interesting, Bryce. I'm not quite familiar with the way that the young Arachne no superlative quite performs. In this meta, seems like something that maybe some brews that are being exploited.
I am getting word from the production desk that was a little bit of a mistake. It wasn't Arachne, it was Florian making up the third slot. This is making a heck of a lot more sense to me.
They both block. So we were close. I will say on KO very quickly, because this format is sort of defined by reference to KO. 29%, not quite as large as I might have expected, as I would have guessed. I gave you my over/under before we started today of 40%, which is maybe quite high now, but I think quite a diverse meta. A lot of interesting decks, especially at the low counts.
Which maybe signals that players at large, or at least players in the Chicago area, are much more interested in answering the best deck than playing it. Or perhaps there are just a lot of really good answers swirling around there in the world of Wraith, and that ProTour Yokohama might be a little more interesting than people have been alluding to. Speaking of KO, though, Patrick, there's a very different flavor of KO on display at this Silver Age Battleground. That's KO Berserker Runt, which, honestly, before today, I didn't even think he was legal in this format.
We're going to be, I'm wishing all the best for our Berserker Run out there rolling their dice. May they all be 6s and 5s. Very much a deck that really leans into the variance of rolling high, sending dominated attacks. If you're an old him in the room, that's probably the scariest possible hero for you to say. I will give a quick shout to just one copy of Vincent in the room. One of the decks that is one of my favorite, to the extent you want to call it an anti-meta pick or a rogue deck. One that I think is quite underrepresented in the room for how powerful it is, but and again, we mentioned this when we mistakenly called him Arachne. Florian, the third most represented deck, tied for third most represented deck in the room. A lot of folks' favorite pick in this new developing meta with the unbanned Rootbound Carapace.
It is definitely bonkers town to think that Riptide is more represented than Vincent in this Silver Age metagame.
How about Briar?
Yeah, well, that's a fair point. Yeah, Riptide coming in at 3 copies. Clearly some brave individuals think that they have figured something out, and I can't wait to find out exactly what it is. As long as they stay alive in the tournament, you better believe we're going to give you some Riptide action. But for now, please sound off in chat. We want to know what you want to see, because we're going to be making choices on pairings, and yes, we're going to go with the records that make sense, but we also want to give you the games that are going to be the most exciting, the heroes that are everybody's pet decks are the one that people want to see. So sound off, let us know what you're interested in, and we're, of course, going to be back with more Flesh and Blood very quickly.
Bring it back to me.
Seismic surges generate flow for Lucas Barding and stuffs a bunch of dragons right into the trash in round 1 of the first ever live streamed Battleground. This one in the flavor of Silver Age, put on, of course, by MinMaxGames. Bryce Platts back with Patrick R. And Patrick, has it been going the way you thought so far?
Well, we haven't seen a KO yet. Asterisk.
Put a pin in that.
But that Guardian versus Dromai is always such a dynamic matchup. I was expecting some fireworks, and we got them. So to that extent, going exactly as planned.
Incredible. And so, folks, we do have to take a moment to do some housekeeping because MinMaxGames, the sponsor of this event, the tournament organizer, shall I say, is very excited to already be offering Omens of the Third Age pre-orders. So go ahead and get yourselves to www.minmaxfab.com. And ladies and gentlemen, get your boxes of Omens of the Third Age right now.
I'm so hyped, Bryce. Big Lightning fan over here. And given the amount of us that are going to be trying to build Ziggy, we're going to need to open a lot of product collectively. So no place better to do that than MinMaxGames.
It's honestly so disappointing to me when it comes to these Lightning heroes. Like, I have never been somebody to automatically commit to an illusionist just because I like to be the person killing the illusionist. In this case, I'm really pulled to it, but the popularity is what always keeps me away. I'm like, I don't want to pay extra money for my staples, but, you know, maybe it'll just be a different case here. Flesh and Blood is a much bigger game when there's more product flowing because we have more players, and maybe that won't be the case.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I feel like, I mean, you know, every set, it feels like now we're saying this, an unprecedented amount of hype for this because of, I think, the popularity of Lightning, the return of another true illusionist in the form of Ziggy, that I think hopefully there will be enough cards to go around, and at the very least, you can borrow my deck.
Okay, fair enough. I love that, especially because you've always got the drip, my friend. I'm a min rarity gamer. You are a max rarity. And with our powers combined, maybe we can bring white border to the forefront.
Well, I'm prepared to extract from my 401k.
Okay, more on that in a little bit, folks. First, we got to bring you some more Flesh and Blood. And we're getting right back down to our feature match area where, oh boy, it's Youngji Key on KO Berserker Run. We promised that we would see KO right away, and it's a little bit different flavor here. If you haven't encountered this hero, this one is going to be rolling a lot of dice, as Brutes used to do way back in the day, and every time he rolls a 5 or a 6 when he attacks, it's going to get double its base power. If it's a 5 or 6, it's going to get half its base power if it is anything else.
Yeah, the odds not necessarily in your favor with that, but you play this deck because you are chosen, and hopefully today for Youngjin Key, he is chosen.
And a great start here. High Roller, going to automatically intimidate a card there, and then if Youngjin has rolled a 5 or a 6, he will intimidate twice. But in this case, has not done so. No dice have been rolled, even though he's rolling dice to select his intimidate target. That doesn't necessarily count as rolling dice. Here is going to be the real dice roll. Pack Hunt coming in, intimidating as well. It's a 1, unfortunately. So down from 6 to 3 goes Pack Hunt. And Michael Koch on the other side of the board as Bravo Flattering Showman. All too happy to stick a card in front of that.
If you're going to roll a 1, turn 0 is the time to do it.
Fair enough.
Youngjin gets to keep his arsenal there. Only upside in that if he had rolled a 5 or 6, he probably would have leaked 6 damage on turn 0. So KO showing the upside that's KO Berserker Run showing the upside that's available if you're just a bit lucky.
And the craziest thing about KO, even though we've talked about how he is kind of down on the luck side of things, ultimately, a 5 or a 6 is way harder to roll than a 1 through 4. He starts with 1 less life. That is not a typo, folks. Youngjin Key starts at 19 life. LSS thought when they printed this was a powerful enough hero ability that the life force needed to be hampered just a bit.
Yeah, and I think it's look, if Youngjin Key is enacting his game plan, if things are going well, if he's hitting the 33%, I'll venture to say a lot of times that 1 extra life isn't gonna matter a whole lot. Here, committing to the equipment block early for Youngjin Key, making sure to get value, and although this isn't the flavor of KO that we're used to, still getting to play that KO specialization, Knucklehead, the best head slot the best headpiece in that slot.
Do you think there's ever a case where Youngjin is going to activate Knucklehead here?
I mean, look, when you're in the rolling die mood, might as well go for it. I'll be curious to see. Obviously, we don't have gambler's gloves in this format. To see if to what extent there are any, sort of dice manipulation tools in this format.
Yeah, none so far. Bad beats. A non-attack action card is resolved first. Roll doesn't go Youngjin Key's way. There's an Intimidate on this pack on, and there we go. The first 5 or 6 in the game. All of a sudden, Youngjin Key has been able to intimidate one card and is now coming in for a whopping 12.
Yes, when you play into your odds, sometimes your odds favor you. Youngjin Key 50% so far on this 33% proposition.
Does look like it's a block. I think that's 2 yellow cards, so total of 8 here on 12. Really lining up well for Michael Koch. Only takes 4, down to 16 he goes. And Youngjin Key draws back up, sees if he can put more dice-flavored onslaught together in the next turn cycle. But for now, it is Renounce Grandeur. This one is going to be coming in only for 7, I believe. Only gets that +1 clause if the opponent controls an aura token. And then on Crush will prevent Youngjin Key from creating aura tokens on their next turn. But I don't think KO's Berserker Run, at least, is all too interested in doing that.
Yeah, Youngjin, the wrong KO for Renounce Grandeur, perhaps. I will note, Michael, keeping what looks to be a blue pummel, could don't quote me on the color, but it's definitely a pummel available in Arsenal. To the extent, that he gets intimidated in a future turn and is more sort of priced into keeping a whole grip, that will reward him.
Youngjin, even though he doesn't necessarily have to worry about that crush effect, at least based on the way that you and I see it, Patrick, does devote a card and 2 pieces of equipment there. Only taking 2, ultimately down to 17 they go. First Blood finally drawn for the Guardian player. And it's back over to Youngjin, who has 3 cards in hand and 1 in Arsenal. Oh, and there's a pummel of their own. This one, I think, is in the blue flavor, so likely to fuel this turn. Also a Savage Feast in the hand.
It's Clearing Bellow, I believe, leading off, which will intimidate 1 card.
And then the follow-up is Humble out of the Arsenal, going to turn off the hero text of Michael Koch if it's able to connect. Which, yikes, coming in for 12. Now that yet another 5 has been rolled, we're seeing exactly why Youngjin has found himself in the 1-0 seat here.
I'll do you all a favor here and keep track of these Youngjin rolls. That's 67% on the power roll. Pretty good. I wonder how much Michael really cares about Humble's text in this matchup. One of those cards that's sort of hit or miss depending on hero. Bravo. Obviously, if you have a hand that lines up well for flipping over your Arsenal and sending a dominated crush attack, you're going to want to block this out. But you typically need to keep a lot of cards in hand anyway to do this. I don't see any world where he's covering 12 here. I could be wrong. And am I wrong? No, I'm not. He'll take 2, it looks like, on this block.
Yep. And so the on-hit is relevant, comes through here, but if you spotted that Arsenal card right, Patrick, and it is a pummel, not going to be really relevant to what Michael is trying to do here.
Yeah, maybe just planning to send another efficient 2-card 7. The sort of playing along the Michael Hamilton efficiency lines.
There is another pummel in hand, and 2 blues. So that was a all-blue hand. All Michael is able to do here is send Sledge of Anvilheim, but if it is a pummel in the Arsenal, can leak a little bit of extra damage over the defenses of Youngjin Key. Does say no blocks. It is a red pummel that was placed in the Arsenal, so it's a damage play here for Michael. 10 damage leaks through, but no on-hit because pummel is buffing up a club or hammer, not an attack action card.
Yeah, interesting choice there by Michael, opting, I guess, rather than committing the extra block value to just sending straight damage to Youngjin, maybe feeling like he's got to get this game over with eventually because Youngjin's Intimidate, Youngjin's power spikes will eventually get the better of him.
Especially when Michael Koch, like this KO deck, has access to Dominate. In Michael's case, it is on the hero ability rather than on the cards that they're going to be throwing. Barkbone Strapping cashed in here for only 1 resource, a 2 rolled on that die, and Youngjin goes, well, that's not the worst I could have done.
Yeah, it's still strictly better Blossom of Spring at that roll. And if you're going to get your 2s out, now's the time.
And this is exactly why Youngjin needed those resources. It's nothing but yellows and blues in the hand, but a barraging beatdown to start with an Intimidate and an aggressive pounce in the hand. Going to be given go again because at this point, Youngjin has done an Intimidate trigger.
Yeah, couldn't quite see the roll there. I guess it doesn't really matter. We're just picking an intimidated card.
Exactly.
And true to, from your mouth to the world, Bryce, aggressive pounce.
And so
ooh, we got a low roll there.
it does look like a 2. So unfortunately, down to 3 base goes aggressive pounce. Still technically getting the +4 benefit of barraging beatdown. And telling Michael, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You got to block with 2 cards in order to get rid of the +4 buff. And so Michael does respond in kind. It's a total of 7 blocked here. And then the follow-up, Savage Feast. Youngjin is going to be able to refresh the arsenal here after discarding a pulping. And here comes the roll once again. Will it be 12? Will it be 3? Only Youngjin knows. It's a 5, ladies and gentlemen. For the 3rd time this game, Youngjin Key comes in for 12 base power. This is a drug that I could get used to, Patrick.
60% so far on these rolls, looking good, beating the odds. And if you're Michael, you have to be feeling, when are the dice going to go my way?
Straight up.
12 damage. I believe he's got, it's a little hard to tell. Yeah, so he's got 2 left in hand. I guess 1 intimidated. Yes, from the barrage.
Yeah, so only 1 left in hand ultimately.
Yeah. So,
all equipment used up at this point.
And yeah, just taking it, going all the way down to 2.
Yikes.
No armor left. That's a pretty precarious position to be in when you know your opponent is just rife with intimidate effects.
Well, and because he presented Sledge of Anvilheim, he was kind of forced into this line because he can't do anything unless he keeps 2 cards in hand. And he knows that Youngjin needs to take some damage. But in this case, Youngjin has been insulated up until this point from lethal damage. So down to 1 they go. He thinks he's got the kill shot locked and loaded. I see a blue. I see a pummel. I see, what are you? You are a high roller once again. So dice are being rolled. It's a 1, unfortunately. Intimidate still comes through, though, which could be all that Youngjin needs in order to close the door. The follow-up here, Wreck Havoc. Going to check the arsenal for a defense reaction. Michael's bereft of an arsenal at the moment, so not going to matter here. 1 is the roll, though. So down to 3 goes this Wreck Havoc. Still, though, a viable arsenal pummel target.
And if you're Michael, Youngjin said no blocks and chose to go down to 1 really quickly. And so you have to think, this is his action point, Youngjin's action point. There's nothing else. You have to feel like this is telegraphing a pummel and indeed does deliver on the promise.
And still absolutely huge here. 1 damage is going to leak through. Get rid of the last card in Michael's hand, which means that it's not even a Sledge of Anvilheim that can come across the line on Michael's affirmative turn. So Youngjin, even though he may have overstepped on going down to 1, in this case, read his opponent very well.
But importantly, Bryce, Michael, this looks bad for Michael, for sure, surrendering tempo when you're at 1, but by nature of Youngjin's hero ability, it could very much still break Michael's way.
And in this case, card thumbed is just a humble. It's all reds, ladies and gentlemen, including 1 red pummel. But arm piece popped right here. Gonna confer an extra little bit of juice.
Yep. So with was that a 1?
It's the lowest roll. Down to 1 goes Youngjin.
So down to with 4 with the hard knuckle activation. So still presenting a break point at the very least, but not what you want to see. If you're in Michael's seat, you're got to be glad. This is exactly what he was hoping for.
Very stoked indeed. So 2 cards happily thrown onto the combat chain for Michael in defense. Both players remain at 1-1, and the tension is absolutely palpable. We are only about 15 minutes through this game, and I've had more excitement than I can handle. It's an activation of Bravo Flattering Showman, though. This card is not coming in for a lot of juice, but it does have Dominate now that the hero has been activated, and that's it. Youngjin is forced to extend the fist bump. It's all over, ladies and gentlemen. He was high-rolling a good portion of this game, but it is ultimately the Guardian in the hands of Michael Koch who takes down round 2.
Youngjin being felled not by the inherent luck built into their hero ability, but instead by the inherent luck that we all get playing Flesh and Blood of drawing 4 reds when you really wanted. Youngjin even had the beaten trackers.
Yeah.
Some way to extend it would have been great. But nevertheless, expertly navigated from Michael from what felt like a clearly losing position into converting for the win.
Definitely could have broken Youngjin's way if he had a single blue, because then he would have been able to deploy some form of an attack and the red pummel. But as it happens, unfortunately, The Berserker run descends down to the 1-1 bracket. By no means out of this tournament. Youngjin could continue to high roll his way all the way up to the top 8. I'm just glad we got to see him on camera at least once.
It was a lot of fun. The rolls certainly were going Youngjin's way until, as we've already said, the deck decided had other plans. But really exciting to see what a rogue deck like that can do into, what is still very much a developing meta. We said it time and time again. And I was left really impressed. Again, if I'm rolling 60% of my rolls, maybe that's how I feel watching it. But a lot of fun to watch that. A lot of interesting brews to still be developed in this meta.
Definitely, especially because when we saw that, Patrick, we should lift the veil a little bit. Immediately when we saw Berserker Run, we were like, we have to get that on stream, and we have to understand how this deck works. Now, one of the versions that we found as a reference point was one that leans heavily on dominated attacks. I don't think that's the way Youngjin took his deck build. He instead was really leaning on Intimidate effects, just trying to get as many cards out of his opponent's hand and also get as much payoff as possible out of brute attacks that, of course, care about Intimidate.
Yep. 2 different flavors of the same idea, I think. Stapling putting evasiveness on these towering attacks. You have to imagine too. I was speculating to you. This is obviously not a tech I've tested as you've exposed
I think only
me for.
Youngjin has ultimately.
You have to feel very favored into these guardians in the meta that are just turning cards sideways at clearly efficient rates, because eventually your rolls are going to present these, especially if you're on Intimidate or Dominate, uncoverable numbers.
And ultimately, especially when a Guardian is presenting Sledge of Anvilheim, as we've seen, can mean some unconvertible hands. But in the case of Michael, yeah, sure, it was a turn where he couldn't sing Sledge, but unfortunately the Intimidated card did have Crush and was able to set up the kill shot in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the second of a total of 10 rounds, including top 8, that we're going to be bringing you at the MinMax Silver Age Battleground, and we can't wait to get to more. But first, we have to go for a short break, and then there's more Flesh and Blood action coming at you. It remains to be seen if Youngjin Key is going to be proceeding to Pro Tour Las Vegas, but if the dice are as kind to him as we saw in the previous match, he might just be enticed. Bryce Platt's back with Patrick R. at the first ever streamed Battlegrounds, this one put on by MinMaxGames, and we're in Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, there is more action to be had. Before we get to all that, though, we got to talk about our illustrious sponsor. MinMaxGames is your place to buy Flesh and Blood singles. You can check it out at www.minmaxgamesfab.com. And besides that, there are also pre-orders of Omens of the Third Age ready and available. So get that, get the singles that you need, and get yourself a good time with the cards on offer at MinMaxGames.
Got to be one of my favorite places to be ordering online. One of the most consistent stock selections available of singles. My first place I check.
And also one of those independent sellers that has the gives you the ability to buy directly from them and cut out the middleman. You don't have to go through TCG Player and deal with the extra little tacked on fees that are offered there. It also means that you can get your single shipment in one complete package. No, you don't got to deal with 7 different envelopes coming at different times. Just get one order out at MinMaxGames and get everything you need in one place. Okay, we are ready to proceed back down to the feature match area, and we've got more spice for you, ladies and gentlemen. 3 Riptides enter, and now only one remains X and O, and it's Andrew Kearns on the right side of your screen, who is 2-0 on your boy Riptide, but can he stand up to the meta bad boy of KO in the hands of Trevor White?
I love trapping Bryce. I think this matchup is quite dynamic. I will bet that this Riptide has been teched for KO, far more so than KO has been teched for Riptide. We'll have to see what sort of spice Andrew has.
Really interesting, and the equipment loadout tells us part of the story. It's a Death Dealer equipped in the bow slot. The only real other option, I think, would be Red Spine Manta in this format, or heck, even a Barbed Castaway. But in this case, Andrew may be telling us that he wants to go a little bit faster. There's precious little blocking equipment, even a Hope Merchant's Hood ready to maybe cycle away an all-trapped hand in order to fix for offense. Also, a cloaked equipment in the chest slot. Could be a concealed sedative or something of the likes of the concealed frailty chest or concealed pathogen ready to give a blood rot pox. But because Trevor is not going to be presenting attack reactions, I tend to think it's probably nerve gas.
Yeah, I mean, a few options. I'm going to go ahead and say my money on concealed sedative, but that's just because I want to see the new card. Trevor here, starting on, I believe this is turn 0, deciding to go all gas, which is interesting to do into a deck that can trap you on turn 0. But looks like, and sure enough, the follow up from Andrew is a
boulder
trap.
Drop. In this case,
boulder trap. Yeah.
Not going to get its on trap clause. Therefore, no ping from Riptide, and also no -1 defense counter put on any equipment. And it's Wild Ride the second for Trevor White. Already seeing 2 copies of it could mean that his turns down the line are a little bit harder to find action points, but he will leak damage here. Looks like it's only going to be 1 as the Bolton Boots plus another Boulder Trap comes out of the hand of Andrew Kearns. Takes 1 on this turn 0. Ultimately not so bad when your KO opponent decides to go all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, showing the ruthless efficiency of KO. Again, a little less effective on turn 0 perhaps, but Wild Ride, into Claw, into something else, 2 cost, is really the bread and butter and what makes KO the boogeyman of this format.
And now it's back over to Andrew, who's got a Marvel Young Riptide there, also sporting the Driftwood Quiver. 2 pieces of equipment that are ultimately devoted to just fixing issues that your deck has, because it is very much an ABC deck, especially when you build it in the aggro slanted way. You're looking for the perfect combination every turn cycle of pumps, arrows, and traps. And that is, it just doesn't draw up that way sometimes in the game of Flesh and Blood.
There are a few ways I think Trevor could play this matchup. You could just go straight up racing. I mean, KO is one of the best racing decks in the format. I think there's also a fatigue angle for KO in that KO has just far more damage available in deck than Riptide does.
Yikes. And I think it was all C's for Andrew Kearns there. Activates Death Dealer, doesn't load an arrow, just filtering away that Spellbane trap, and then arsenaling the old-fashioned way. So it could be a lot of traps in the hand for Andrew. We will see, though. It's a blue Buck Wild coming in for 6 go again for Trevor White. Does find the action points he needs here, and also the blues. I tend to think that because he's starting this turn off with a blue Buck Wild, he might have almost nothing but blues in the hand. We will see.
Or a Strongest Survive. We did see a Strongest Survive discarded on turn 0, so we know he's playing. Trevor's playing them in deck. And Strongest Survive, typically a card you want to end the. It doesn't have go again, so you want to be ending your turn with that.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, Tripwire Trap plus Quickening Sand means 2 Riptide pings on this turn. And the Tripwire Trap does make me think that maybe this is a very defensive slanted Riptide deck from Andrew. And maybe that Death Dealer is just there to filter some stuff out. Bullseye Bracer's there to close out games. High Pitched Howl in the red, luckily for Trevor White, is the coup de grace of this turn, coming in for 6. Also generating a Vigor token because there are 2 6s in the pitch zone for Trevor at this juncture. There is more blocking to be done for Andrew if he so chooses.
High Pitched Howl, another one of those brew cards that's just... if you want to call it a 2-cost 6.33 or whatever value you're getting from it, hyper efficient brew card that KO leverages so effectively at the common and rare rarities.
Still 6 on the combat chain. Andrew Kearns keeping life parity with his brute opponent. Does seem to be a a tar pit trap deployed out of the hand. Will trigger Riptide. Could it be the Fated Pitfall trap to follow? Show it to us. No, unfortunately, just a Rock Slide trap. So High Pitched Howl going to get -1 unless Trevor pays 1. Luckily for him, he does have the requisite resource already floating in the pitch, so no problems there. 1 damage is going to leak through and find home, but same goes for the other side of the table, so it's 17 plays 17 now.
We are seeing a lot of traps so far, Bryce. Far more than I was expecting. Sure, I expected some mix of traps into this matchup, but with the Death Dealer presented, I thought we would see, I don't know, maybe a Nimbleism or some I don't know.
Well, it is a little bit deceptive, right? Because Compendium of Wraith did maximize the number of traps that Riptide can run because now there are action speed traps, right? You got your Quickening Sands, your Frail Swing Lines. Does allow you to run a lot more traps than you otherwise would be able to because the reaction variety doesn't get any value on offense whatsoever. At least if you have full tempo, you can often convert some of those action speed traps to things like +1 damage or, a Courage token here and there.
And Trevor here having one of those... my KO opponents never have these, but it's sort of a brick hand. But, Assault and Battery, getting you some value in a hand that you otherwise wouldn't be able to, generating a Might and an Agility token for essentially just trading 1 card for those.
Now, Trevor did have the opportunity to go ahead and send Savage Feast and pop Beaten Trackers. In this case, wasn't interested in doing so. And what do you think is the reason for that?
Maybe just feeling tied to not having gotten the 1 value off of them quite yet. But I agree with you. I wonder if it seems like Andrew isn't that interested in anything but blocking so far in this game. You wonder how long. I mean, I'm guessing Trevor's going to block with these Beaten Trackers the minute they have a chance. But I think I might have been a little bit greedier there and gone for it. But Trevor, maybe a more seasoned KO player than I.
Trevor could say, hey, after 3 turn cycles into this game, I know the lay of the land. I know what Andrew is trying to do to me, and by keeping threats in deck, I'm insulating myself from a really horrible end game at the hand of multiple pings from Riptide traps. Maybe that's the sauce. In this case, Andrew finally finds an offensive turn. It's an activation of Death Dealer, loading a Drill Shot, card drawn, so 2 left in hand after Lace with Bloodrot, gives a +3 buff, and of course, nasty disease on hit to Drill Shot besides the -1 defense counter that will come through upon connection.
And Andrew here going to have to take an intellect penalty on one of these cards. You have to wonder what that suggests about the texture of his hand, whether those are yet more traps remaining, or at the very least, not a buff, not another non-attack action to buff this arrow, or perhaps a surplus of arrows.
Listen, it's possible, Patrick, that Andrew is running copies of Razor Reflex, which could very well mean that this turn cycle could get a little bit wider. Based on everything else we've seen in the deck, I don't think that's the case. Do have to mention here, folks, that we did miss a clash there. Clash of Might does go the way of Trevor White. So now 2 Might tokens on board for him. Andrew Kearns, however, did reveal a Pitfall Trap, which will need to be utilized on the next turn by getting reloaded by Riptide. But in this case, yes, it is a continuation of this turn. Bolton Boot's going to confer go again to Drill Shot because its power is greater than its base. Bullseye Bracer is going to give an extra juicy +1 to this hamstring shot, which is now coming in for a whopping 6. Going to give an effective Frostbite on hit, but in this case, going to just make the first attack that Trevor White deploys on his turn cost an additional 1. And that's weapon attacks and attack action cards, mind you.
And Trevor choosing to just value block here, maybe learning his lesson with wanting to. Yeah, I think KO players are often incentivized to block with their equipment early because they generate so much utility from there. We just saw a beaten trackers that wasn't used perhaps because it hadn't been blocked with yet. Similar for predatory plating. So Trevor just choosing to get the value there as opposed to covering the hamstring shot, which will be active here.
Yeah, 4 on 6 means 2 leaks through, and the on-hit is, of course, active. And finally, for the first time this game, Andrew Kearns has bought himself a life lead. 14 plays 16 now, the affirmative in Trevor White's hands. Agility token and 2 mites are going to pop. Agility is going to go the way of the birds, though, because it's a Bare Fangs here. With go again, but no cards left in the hand for Trevor White. Could, of course, activate predatory plating because there is a smash instinct in the pitch zone. For now, it's a whopping 10 damage on this Bare Fangs, and all traps are active.
But the predatory plating wouldn't do anything because he would just have 1 resource as a result of the hamstring shot now making Bare Fangs take up the whole blue.
You got it.
So actually very effective. The hamstring shot here, effectively saving Andrew 3 extra life at the cost of Trevor's predatory plating.
I see a lot of finger math going on for Andrew Kearns. Makes me think that there are traps lurking in the hand. But a Driftwood Quiver activation sends something to the bottom of the deck, and that, I assume, was the random card drawn off of the activation of Death Dealer. We know that there's a Pitfall Trap in the hand, so it makes sense that this Inertia Trap coming out of the hand will then reload the Pitfall Trap, and all of a sudden, that extra taxed resource is looking huge, Patrick, because Pitfall Trap now, because there is no resource left, is going to generate 6 value.
Andrew masterfully playing this. Surely he foresaw all of this. KO does play quite a few 2-cost attacks, and if you're sending a 2-cost in a blue, basically what the effect of your hamstring shot is doing. I will say here, Inertia Trap, the Inertia token is very effective into KO generally. Trevor not being punished by having Inertia here, no extra cards in hand. But that's leading me to believe that we were talking earlier about which chest Andrew has cloaked down there. There are 3 options, I believe, that it could be. I really do feel it will be Concealed Sedative, specifically because, I'll have to interrupt myself here, Bryce.
Wait, hold on. What? It's an activation of Knucklehead? This is crazy stuff right here. It's a 1!
No!
Oh, no! 0 intellect?
Okay.
I'm sorry, 1 intellect. 1 intellect.
Yeah, we're not empty brained, I suppose here, but okay.
Oh, Trevor White is a madman.
Let me try to defend this for a second, though. Andrew Kearns is playing a lot of traps. It's very possible that even in this fail state here, Andrew can't quite utilize everything that he's got in hand.
But in this case, Trevor, well, there's the infecting shot to punish, ladies and gentlemen, and it's coming out now. Yes, Andrew had to pitch 2 reds, 2 huge arrow buffs, mind you, but this 5 damage is assuredly going to find home because predatory plating cannot block anymore. Beaten trackers can't block anymore. Blade Beckoner Gauntlet's only going to block 1. Oh. So it's 4 blocks total for Trevor White, left with no cards in hand, and also a nasty Bloodrot Pox token that he can't deal with on his turn.
I will know, Bryce, if Andrew had presented a Garland of Spring as opposed to Concealed Sedative, which I'm speculating, could have kept an additional Lace with Bloodrot and leaked an extra, effectively 5 damage on that turn. Something to consider if you're interested in the Riptide play.
Listen, if I'm in Andrew's seat, the number of times I've seen Knucklehead activated is a bagel, 0. I would not have expected this board state to have reared its head. So, kudos to Andrew for probably bringing that concealed sedative like we've been talking about before. Death Dealer activation for Andrew. Now 12 plays 7, and it's a dry powder shot here, pitching a Bolton shot, which makes me think there are no buffs in the hand for Andrew Kearns, because this dry powder shot, now that Bolton bracers have been utilized, likely doesn't have any way to get go again, unless, of course, that Razor Reflex is lurking in the deck.
Yeah, and I might be post hoc justifying Trevor's knucklehead decision here, but this is exactly what you hope to see. I think when you're making it incumbent on the Riptide to convert their entire hand.
And so it's another clash. In this case, it's going the way of the Brute, but just barely. Andrew does reveal an infecting shot, but all of Trevor's 5s are actually 6s. So the clash is 1 there. 2 damage comes across the line. Dry powder shot leaks through for 2. Trevor now down to 5. 5 plays 12 as a Might token is going to pop at the beginning of the turn cycle. And I think, based on the pitch of that Bolton shot, Andrew's got nothing but traps. So we're getting very close to an endgame which could be closed out in a Kano-like fashion, but in this case with Riptide flavor.
Yeah, and you almost wonder if you're in the KO seat, is pivoting to fatigue an option here? You're just, repeatedly sending Claw for 3, no go again, and hoping to, because you can't trigger traps that way, right?
Yeah.
So it's just sending Claw, and blocking out when it's your turn. Something to consider, because otherwise we might be at a terminal point where Andrew's traps are going to be, Trevor's going to be pinged. There's no more Sirens of Safe Harbor, so no incidental life gain. Trevor may just be dead to pings.
It is absolutely possible. If I'm in Trevor's seat, what I have seen this last turn cycle is 2 nasty buffs go to the bottom of the deck together. Do I feel 100% confident that I can cover 11 damage down the line once Andrew hits second cycle? I'm not 100% sure. So even though that pitch was a little awkward on Andrew's affirmative turn, it could really be bad down the line. So Trevor, unfortunately, going to be forced to deal with a lot of trap pings here. It's a pitfall trap, also an inertia trap, and an action speed trap there. Trevor does have the requisite card to pitch to pitfall, which is good in this case, but Trevor was really eyeing up that red Buckwild for the arsenal, I'd have to imagine. So Andrew being rewarded this way or that way.
Trevor did have the option to pop Predatory Plating there and keep his red Buckwild to tuck away in the arsenal, but again, I am starting to feel like really prioritizing your life total at every stake. Maybe at this point you're not. Again, I've sort of showed my hand on how I would try to approach this matchup, and Bryce, this is going to be a lot of damage going Trevor's way.
100%. This is 8 damage. Infecting shot that we saw on the clash on the previous turn, beefed up by a Lace with Inertia. There's a lot offered on the connection, which is exactly why Trevor just shrugs it away with 3 cards and says, go next. Now 3 plays 12. Could not let that hit unless be threatened with lethal on a Bloodrot Pox turn token. So it's just going to be an arsenal for Trevor White. Pass back. See if Andrew can do it again.
Yeah, and if I'm Trevor, I think this is your out. You just hope to see a handful of arrows.
And oh my goodness, it's not a handful of arrows. It's a blue, an infecting shot, and yet another pump. Now, Andrew has seen a Lace with Inertia and a Lace with Bloodrot go to the bottom of the deck. So I think the likelihood of him drawing another one with this Death Dealer activation is pretty low. No, it's a dry powder shot off the top of the deck. So this is kind of a rough situation for Andrew. There is another buff in the form of Spellbane Trap.
I will say Andrew making the choice there not to utilize his get out of jail free card in Hope Merchant's Hood to fix this hand, maybe figuring IPing only 1 isn't really the worst possible scenario that can present itself.
Oftentimes that's the best case scenario in the Riptide seat.
Yeah, so this is perfectly good enough. Enough pressure to demand 3 cards from Trevor.
And 3 cards is the buy. Clash of Might does reveal. There it is, the Razor Reflex. It's in the deck for Andrew, and now Trevor knows about it on the next turn cycle. And when you're at 3, Razor Reflex could spell absolute doom. I kind of think Andrew is happy that his opponent saw that.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a great way to play around this for Trevor. I mean, because what are you going to do? Just block over by 3 for the rest of the game? It's a tough position to be in for Trevor.
This is a crazy turn of events ultimately.
Trevor here thumbing the card in hand. That wasn't a red he kept, was it?
No, I think it was a blue Buck Wild. But he just passes? Doesn't want to play into the traps? He just saw a Razor Reflex. I feel like you had to put some pressure on there, even if it is an innocuous amount. In this case, Andrew just sending a dry powder shot from Arsenal, only 3 damage. And so Trevor, having seen the Razor Reflex, I feel like has to block 6 here. Instead, says 3 and allows the Razor Reflex to be resolved. So even if he's able to cheat his way out of this, but no, he doesn't. Fist bump is extended, and the foretold Razor Reflex does carry the day for our now 3-0 Riptide, Mr. Andrew Kearns.
Trevor, I've been there. It's been the case where, look, I know you have it. I can't walk around it the whole time. Let's just get this over with.
Looks like Trevor White would much rather just go next than stay in the trap turmoil that Andrew was putting him in. And wow, I have seen a lot of firsts on stream today. I've seen KO Berserker Run played in Sage, something I didn't even realize was possible. And I have also seen the first Knucklehead activation, which unfortunately for Trevor did make him look a little bit like a Knucklehead because the one was rolled. I'm just kidding. Trevor, you are not a Knucklehead. You are absolutely crushing it at the tournament. And even though you're X1, you're still 100% live for top 8. So if you're listening, stay strong, roll on, and I don't know, send more 6s.
What happened is the engine used up all the 6s and 5s on the last round and left Trevor with only 1s and 2s to work with. But
unfortunate for all of the Brute players joining us at the Silver Age Battleground at MinMaxGames. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have more flesh and blood for you, plenty of action. So we'll be back with more die rolls, more traps, and of course, more flesh and blood after this. We're back at the first ever Silver Age Battleground put on by MinMaxGames, and it has been a torrential downpour, not of rain, instead Riptide Traps all the way, who is really handedly dealing with the big boy of the metagame, and that is KO. Not underhanded cheat, not even armed and dangerous, just KO himself in young form. Bryce Platts back with Mr. Patrick Rubicava. We are live from AGE Studios on the West Coast, but all the action is happening closer to the East Coast. It's the Midwest in Illinois, where all of these illustrious players are taking their first shot at a total of $5,000, and this is what they brought, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, KO is the top dog of the meta here, but followed shortly by Ira Crimson Haze, and then it gets a lot lower in terms of representation. We got Florian, Valda, and Kano kind of rounding out that top five, and then it's a whole smattering of who's who of decks that are technically legal in the metagame, including KO Berserker Runt, who remains barely alive.
Technically legal is a funny phrase for what they were. I did think that KO Berserker Runt did acquaint themselves well on stream. I am very interested, Bryce, though. We haven't seen, of the sort of top 4 meta representation heroes, we've only seen 2 of them in KO and Valda. Have not seen Ira Crimson Haze. I think we generally know how that works within a few different flavors. And we have not seen Florian, which I personally am the most interested to see of the remaining heroes that we haven't seen because of all the new tools that Florian has gotten, both by way of Compendium and by way of the unbannings.
And listen, Patrick, I'm really glad you're harbinging, shall I say, on Florian, because we will be seeing one on feature next. Don't get mad at me, chat. We are going to show you yet another KO on stream, but this is my justification. Number one, we have an undefeated Florian. We got to see if he's actually got the sauce to deal with KO, because that's the deck to beat, right? And also, this is the only undefeated KO in the room, even though they are large, like far and away the most represented deck, followed shortly by Ira Crimson Haze. They are not performing as admirably as I think a lot of people would expect. So it is very possible at the end of this round, we have not a single undefeated KO in the room.
Maybe folks have figured KO out. And by showing it on stream, perhaps we're helping you figure KO out. The question I'm going to have on my mind, Bryce, going into this matchup is which, as I see it, Florian has really 3 options in terms of weapon choice. You got the Reaping Blade, you got the Nebula Blade, and you've got the Scepter of Pain. I wonder which will be utilized to address this KO problem.
Whichever one is presented is going to be the one that kind of tells us what the game plan is going to be into KO. And game plan there must be, because KO is going to be hitting some serious numbers on offense. In Florian, I think almost assuredly is going to be trying to answer those numbers on defense while also facilitating a decomposed game plan, probably without actually attacking, because I think the majority of Florians nowadays in Silver Age are trying to stack up a bunch of rune chants, and that is all facilitated by a brand new card called Chorus of Rotwood. We'll see if that's what our player is packing, as we have got to get back down to the action in Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jacob Johnson, undefeated on Florian, trying to take down Nick McCarthy, sporting the big bad of the room, KO.
All right, before we see it, Bryce, which weapon?
Oh, God, Reaping Blade.
All right, I'm going to say... I didn't get it in time.
Dang
I was
it.
going to say Scepter. I was going to say it, though.
Unfortunate. Okay, Scepter of Pain is the presented weapon. That is, without a doubt, telling us that it is a stat game plan. And a curious choice from Nick McCarthy does bring the Null Rune, is giving some serious respect.
Probably what you want, knowing your opponent is playing Scepter. Maybe Nick saw Jacob get paired into
Possibly.
a KO in the room earlier in the day. In this case, I think making the right choice.
A gorgeous full art Sigil of Earth hits the arena for Jacob Johnson. Exactly what he wants to be able to do with the choice of going first. Just filter out the hand, make sure everything feels nice. And then it's a Scepter of Pain. Unfortunately, pitching a Rootbound Carapace to the bottom of the deck. But this is the time that you want to be doing it, because, of course, there just aren't enough cards to decompose. So the yellow variety, being that it's not going to get maximum value on defense, does need to just go to the bottom and go next. I do believe that there was a defense reaction arsenal for Jacob Johnson. I'm not sure if it was Sigil of Suffering or Reduced to Rune Chant, but it was one of those big, bad defensive pieces.
Yeah, and I think Jacob there making the choice to, allowing Nick to filter, only sending in 1 arcane damage with the Scepter, but deciding his hand was not something he wanted to be keeping around.
Yellow Buckwild is the first action resolved for Nick McCarthy. The yellow variety tells me that he really doesn't want to brick on action points. It's a blue Buckwild in the hand and a blue Agile windup in addition. And now, because the card played is both 3 cost and does not discard a card, unfortunately, Nick is not going to be able to do the bread and butter attack, Mandible Claw, attack. Instead, it's likely just going to be a throw of the Agile windup, or heck, even a discard of it in Arsenal, the blue Buckwild. What do you think, Patrick?
I would probably just send here. Not quite sure. Jacob developing a rune chant on the back end. I would say, to the extent it is sent, and we'll see in a moment, a 4-card 11 Nick is getting there, not even a might generated, is probably about the best you can hope for on the other side for Mikhail utilizing. And they're choosing to discard the Agile windup to get the agility and the might. Yeah, I guess seeing that it's an Agile windup and not an mighty windup, I do think that is probably the right call.
And Nick knows that he's got to put together huge turns against Stack 4-in, because all Jacob is wanting to do early on is block, 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 block. And this embodiment of Earth token generated by the departure of Sigil of Earth is going to help him do just that. Also, Fruits of the Forest discarded here, filling up the graveyard with requisite Earth cards and also gaining a little bit of life. So up above his starting life total at 21 is Jacob Johnson with another card in Arsenal. Likely a defense reaction if he has his way about it.
And we've got a Pulping in Nick's hand here. I think pretty risky to bring Pulping into Florian. Rune Blades are very rich, and especially Earth Rune Blades. The Earth Rune Blade is very rich in defense reactions in this format, so quite risky, but here having an agility token anyway, so
would have been insulated, yeah, if he had sent the Pulping first. In this case, Wild Riot is the chosen attack. Agile windup in the yellow discarded. One of those cards that was kind of called for the Banhammer, just to stem the consistency of KO, especially in the later stages of the game. Sigil of Sylphidae blocked with here by Jacob Johnson, blocking for 3 thanks to the embodiment of Earth token.
Doesn't that block for 3? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it already blocks for 3? That's crazy.
Yeah, crazy. Florian, one of the few decks that can keep up on rate.
Yeah.
With KO, we are watching, I think, probably the 2 most, as a strict value proposition, the 2 most efficient decks in this meta.
Does look like there's a pitch there. What is that indicating? The Mandible Claw? Oh, it must be.
Must be, yeah. I don't think you...
This is... I've heard tell of this rumor that Mandible Claw is a reference to a wrestling move.
Yeah, if one of us were a little bit better versed in the wrestling arts,
yeah,
in sports entertainment, maybe we would know, but you'll have...
embarrassing.
Maybe those of you in chat will be able to have to sound off and help us out.
Nick is definitely helping us out. I think the fact that I can at least read a WWE logo on there tells the story for me, which I do appreciate. It's a pitch of Amplify the Arcanite for Jacob Johnson. I think it's going to be to pay for that Scepter of Pain. Yes, here it goes. And now it's a lot less interesting for Nick to block because it will require an entire card from hand, even though he's got the Null Rune. Nevertheless, he bites. Pulping goes into the pitch zone, and I think that makes sense based on all the reasons we mentioned before, Patrick.
Yeah, and I could be wrong, but I think Nick pitched a Pulping last turn too. So we're going to have 2 Pulpings stuck together, maybe playing towards an endgame where Jacob has used up a lot of his defense reactions.
Buckwild in the blue, finally free from the Arsenal and on the combat chain. 5 go again here.
And what does it say that Nick... I think those 2 cards in hand are blue. It's a little hard to tell from this angle, but...
How about that angle?
Yeah, I think those are blue, right?
No, I think that rough up is red.
All right, never mind. I was going to say choosing to pitch a red when he was rich in blues, but this is a perfectly efficient turn for Nick. Likely going to be able to send this, 4-card, was that 11 with the Vigor? Or, I'm sorry, 12. No, I'm thinking of the other Vigor generating one.
Reduced to Rune Chant for Jacob Johnson. This one free and also in the red variety. So, yikes, blocking 6 on 5. And also getting some extra value on the back end. The follow-up is a Mandible Claw. Nick would like to save that rough up for a future turn because, once again, he knows he's got to go big and wide in order to break through those defenses.
Yeah, very astute observation by you there, Bryce. Jacob here, though, the pings will slowly add up to Nick on the defense reaction.
And Weeping Battleground, another new card from Compendium of Wraith, blocks out that Mandible Claw, does banish the Sigil of Sylphidae from the graveyard, puts it into the banish zone, and deals 1 arcane damage. Does look like Nick had the requisite resources to cover it up, though. Arcane Seed's life going to generate 2 Rune Chant tokens here because Jacob Johnson, even though he has been banishing an Earth card here and there, has not become online. Really needs to find his copies of Chorus of Rotwood in order to do it all the way. But he's got 1 Earth card in the banished zone. I believe it's that Sigil of Earth, banished by a previous copy of Weeping Battlegrounds. So just needs to do that 1 more time and then also resolve his Chorus of Rotwood, and he'll get there.
Yeah, and here, Nick thumbing through the hand, being rewarded, I think, for, as you astutely pointed out, Bryce, keeping the rough up for a bigger turn. Maybe a matchup where you do want to be maximizing the amount of swings you have with Mandible Claw. Nick also, to the extent you want to be a little bit, extract as much value from your beaten trackers as possible before popping them in response to a Savage Feast, which we see in Nick's hand here. This is probably not the matchup where you're going to be able to get that before the opportunity to block with bean trackers before the opportunity to pop them and get the value.
And in this case, I don't think he's particularly incentivized to do so. Nick is going to be able to follow this attack for 7 go again, 6 go again because he didn't have a mic. Yeah. No, 7 go again because rough up gets that +1.
Doesn't this block for 0, the shield?
This shield does block for 0 because Jacob Johnson's life total is not below that of Nick McCarthy.
We could have maybe some life loss that got missed somewhere, or maybe the player's just missing this. We'll see if we can't communicate that somewhere.
Entirely possible. But in this case,
getting to 4 decompose, so little itty bitty Florian will be online if I'm not mistaken.
100% he has hero text now besides Essence of Earth. And this is when it gets really scary. This measly 4 Rune Chance is going to become the well-named stack very soon. Also, Well Grounded is now online. Can shore up 2 more prevention on a turn that goes real big.
And, notably, Jacob has already used 1 of his Arcane Seed's life, which are, that and the Chorus of Rotwood are really the 2 main ways that he's building up his stack.
Ooh, and the card drawn from that Savage Feast, unfortunately, is a yellow Agile Windup, one of the few in the deck that just don't want to go in the arsenal.
Interestingly, they're choosing to pitch to discard there. You may want to wait there in case you're pitching to a Sigil of Solace. You had the 1 floating for the first Sigil of Solace, but in case there's a second Sigil of Solace, you could have pitched your yellow to that. And of course, Sigil of Solace is templated such that you only need to have been done 1 arcane damage to get the extra buff on it. So being able to block 1 and then getting pinged with another one is the ultimate punish.
And Sigil of Suffering is, of course, what you mean, not Sigil of Solace, which is, of course, illegal in this format. Jacob Johnson doing some serious setup here, not just with a Chorus of Rotwood, which is so huge in this deck, facilitating the stack, but also with a Runeblood Incantation, which now that Florian is online, every single verse counter that goes away is, of course, going to generate 2 Rune Chant tokens, not just 1.
So this is 4 Rune Chants
and 2 embodiments of Earth.
That's into a deck that sends both tall and wide damage in KO. Embodiment of Earth is just, I would say, not exceedingly likely, but quite likely to generate 4 value on defense.
Really gross stuff here, and we can see exactly why the 5 brave souls in the room brought Florian. Unfortunately for them, though, Jacob Johnson seems to be the chosen one. He is the only X&O Florian at this point, and honestly, the majority of them are pretty close to dropping from the tournament unless they want to play it out. We've got X3, we've got X2 here and there. Florian is not having a great day except for his champion on the left side of your screen here.
I will say, one thing we noticed with Silver Age games is they do tend to be pretty fast in broad strokes, in general terms. This game is not fast. The players are at, essentially their starting lives, being multiple turns in. Looks like we got a judge call here that will be resolved shortly. I have to think that in the KOC, that is not good news.
He's thinking back to his bloodied oval. He has realized at this point, Jacob Johnson has, that he blocked with it when he had more life than his opponent.
Yeah, so I would imagine the fix is that he gets pinged for 1, but...
You would think that it would be, send him 1 further life down and perhaps give him his bloodied oval back, but at a competitive rules enforcement, we do have to leave it up to the judge. It's entirely possible that that bloodied oval will still be considered to have been blocked with and stay in the graveyard. We'll have to see how they resolve it, though. For now, you'll take one more look at our ugly mugs as we wait for it all to be resolved. Patrick, do you have somebody you can give the edge to in this match, and why is it Florian?
Our
at this
ugly
point.
Mugs? No, it's yes.
You're right. It's just yours.
It's Florian. It's Florian. This is not where you want to be if you're KO. Being what are they 4 or 5, I would say 5 turn cycles into the game. Florian's still at a comfortable 20. I'm speculating maybe 19. The stack is up to 8 rune chance, so you're effectively down to 10 yourself. It's not looking good. You're doubling rune chance. I think we're seeing a paradigmatic example of why you bring Florian into a KO heavy tournament.
Okay, back to it, ladies and gentlemen. We've got it all cleared up. Bloodied Oval remains in the graveyard, and looks like the life totals stay the same. It might be that the pads are updated, but our life total on stream is not. We'll see if the players clear that up in short order. But bottom line, the judge has left the arena, and it's a Mandible Claw following it up.
So Nick, turning the predatory playing sideways, but it should be in the graveyard. That's an ability that destroys the predatory plating.
100%.
Hopefully the players get that fixed up, and yep.
And there goes predatory plating. Not into the graveyard necessarily, but it's face down now, and KO cannot run any cloaked equipment. Don't have to worry about that. You know what I just realized? We never got to find out what the cloaked equipment was for Andrew.
Oh, yeah, well.
I think you were right, though.
I got to be, right?
I think you were right. You've got to be right because
it's not like I've been wrong multiple times today. Jacob here, 2 cards remaining in hand. Thumbing through, maybe looking for earth cards to be decomposing to one of the offensive options that Florian has to be able to decompose.
Embodiments of Earth pop here. The first verse counter on Runeblood Incantation. Coalesces into the wind, and 2 rune chants are left in its place. Up to 10 now.
The value, Bryce. I mean, even if Jacob's turn is sends Scepter or gain 2 life and Arsenal pass, this is exactly what Jacob's game plan needs. He's essentially in a position where he can be blocking out, letting his Runeblood Incantation passively generate value, and really make it incumbent on Nick to do 17 damage before he hits a completely uncontrollable amount of rune chance.
And listen, Nick I feel like he's had a little bit of bad variance going his way. He just hasn't been able to yet put together a 5-card quintessential KO turn where you do something like this. Wild Ride into Mandible Claw into another big nasty attack. In this case, he might finally be able to put enough pressure on Jacob to where he can't keep enough cards in hand to send anything back or do any more setup, which is really the game plan here. And Jacob has been rewarded for his hero pick just because Nick hasn't been able to get a lot of offense off the ground yet.
Yeah, and Jacob choosing not to decompose, or is that a yellow? Yeah, it is a yellow Rubicon. So we'll have to decompose in order to cover up this Wild Ride completely. But if this were in the red variety, it would naturally block 3, so unnecessary.
Wait, I don't think there's a might token on this. There's one represented. I think that was for the discard that just happened, though. So this Wild Ride should just be coming in for 6.
Right,
no, you're right. Because yeah. Math is mathing.
Yeah, but I do think this is yellow. So the decompose will have to happen. I think Jacob choosing to pop the well-grounded before damage so that he can get the earth card and banish and should, unless I'm mistaken, have 2 prevention effect floating. And that is that preferred carryover prevention, not the one that gets used up in one fell swoop.
Which might mean that there is more hurt that Jacob can put on his turn. And unfortunately, Nick, again, not finding the resources he needs to go 3 chain links wide. It's a red card in the pitch zone. So the only follow-up here is High-Pitched Howl. Mandible Claw can't get into the mix. And this is exactly when Florian players are rejoicing.
Yeah, and sure enough there, Jacob, only really worth it to block with 1 card since he had the 2 prevention floating. Will keep 2 cards in hand. Either, able to play 1 card out for utility, perhaps sending a Scepter of Pain, or, even better.
Read the runes out of the hand of Jacob Johnson. Action point consumed, but 4 rune chants generated. So all of a sudden, it's 16 that Nick has to stare down the barrel of.
Yeah.
And man, this game might not be going that much longer. Ultimately, Jacob is getting dangerously close to lethal damage just in rune chants.
Well, I do think maybe because Nick has presented Null Rune Hood, Jacob has to go higher than Rune Chance than just the life total that Nick has. So it may take a bit longer, but it does seem like the game is going in one direction.
6 go again here for Nick McCarthy. This time a Wild Ride in the yellow variety. In the hand is Bluster Buff and yet another blue. So finally we can go Wild Ride, Mandible Claw, Bluster Buff for a full 6 because he will definitely have the resources needed to pay the extra 1.
I want to give a quick shout out to Bluster Bluff, which
Send
is
it.
one of my favorite cards in the generic cards in the Silver Age format, and I think especially effective in KO. There's a lot of sort of resource management in this in the KO deck. A lot of 2 costs, occasional 3 costs. I think it's nice to have the flexibility of a 1 cost available that fits your deck restriction.
I love it because it's the card that kills Wayne Knight. Is that a reference?
Oh, that's Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we got there. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if that was just going to be for me or not.
We are the same age, ladies and gentlemen.
Despite the fact that one of us looks way younger.
Yeah.
Bear Fang's coming in now, likely for, yes, it's a big bad 8. Might token already generated by the Wild Ride, so not another one here. But this is finally, I would say, 5 turn cycles in, the first real offense that Nick has been able to put together. And that is not exactly the way that KO is known to operate.
Yeah, I would say a little unfortunate for Nick. As the KO player, you tend to expect to do this quite a bit more than Nick has been able to, but hard to complain. Oh, the beaten trackers pop for the run rough shot on the finishing end. Not to take your spot, Bryce, but so exciting. Of the fabled 4-wide chain link.
Finally, Nick is getting there, and Jacob is down to the dregs of his life total 7 with no blocking equipment remaining. And I love this play from Nick. He was insulated no matter what he drew off of the... Or never mind. He did have to draw for the Bear Fangs.
No, but I think
he had the Bluster Buff in hand.
Or Run Rough Shot. So he drew one of them and happened to draw into another 1 cost. So either way, either in the discard, he would have been able to play it.
But if he... Oh, I see, because he discarded and was still able to see that he had a 1 cost.
But it was fortunate for Nick that he drew another 1 cost, given that he discarded Bluster Buff.
Exactly, because he could have discarded Bluster Buff, gotten a 2 or 3 cost, and then been forced to arsenal it. As it stands, Nick is finally being blessed by the variance gods. RNGesus, as some people would say. And the Garland of Spring is made sense now for Jacob Johnson. He pitches a blue card to activate Plume of Evergrowth, get Chorus of Rotwood back to the hand, and then use Garland of Spring to cast it, because that one only costs 1. And all of a sudden, it's another 4 rune chance added to the pile and 2 embodiments of Earth. With down to 7, Nick McCarthy could put Jacob in a situation where he's got to block with useful cards that he needs to send on offense to make use of this stack of rune chance. But is he going to be able to do it with this hand, Patrick? There's a pummel in the right side.
I mean, even if he could, I mean, this for just this turn, presumably. Jacob is going to have 2 embodiments available to him, to your point. So the block value is quite insane. I wonder if it's... Even if, of course, Jacob has to draw the attack to do it. We can see his hand, and he does have a blue attack, I believe, in Autumn's Touch blue.
He also, unfortunately, had Savage Feast in the hand, which unfortunately is not a viable pummel target, even though it is one that you would love to put on it. Pummel requires a card with 2 or more cost. In this case, Nick seems to be holding on to that pummel for a rainy day. Because with this play right now, he doesn't have a way to discard a card to this Mandible Claw, and is just going to have to set up. And he doesn't like it one bit, because this gives Jacob the opportunity to send a massive stack of chance.
Yeah, so that's probably 22 rune chance, followed by a minimum of 5 physical on the blue Autumn's Touch. So, Jacob does have another Chorus of Rotwood in hand, so the option to sort of recycle this and do it all again next turn with the benefit of 2 embodiments is there. We'll be curious to see which option Jacob takes here.
And you can see the deliberation from Jacob. But after checking his own graveyard, yes, I figured this was going to be the play. Chorus of Rotwood once again, and it was a red Autumn's Touch in this case, so a perfect pitch of a red for a 1 cost, and more Earth cards are hitting the Banished Zone, which means it's yet another 2 embodiments of Earth, yet another 4 rune chance.
I will say, interesting to me that Jacob chose to pitch an attack action to this. It implies to me that Jacob either there's another attack action, something that can trigger these rune chants in that he's going to tuck in his arsenal, or Jacob is comfortable with the number of attack actions he has and is just tucking away like a defense reaction or something.
Couldn't quite catch it. I know that I'm almost positive there was a read the runes in the hand for Jacob Johnson, so that might be the arsenal card.
All right, so Jacob here just going to try to make sure that he can close this out. Uh-oh.
Yikes. It's another 1 action point turn for Nick McCarthy. Smash Instinct in the blue is just not the thing to get it done ultimately. A card intimidated, but Jacob is almost assuredly going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, and maybe Jacob here, really no reason not to respect the potential pummel that Nick could have.
Mm-hmm.
The hand does signal at the very least. I mean, I don't know. I guess Nick didn't have a chance to block with anything anyway, but that would be the worst case scenario.
And man, respecting a pummel is so much easier when you have yourself a defense reaction like Reduce to Rune Chant in the hand. But otherwise, I do think it's a 2 block, which is now a 4 block thanks to 2 embodiments of Earth.
Yeah, so even blocking just 4, let's assume that Jacob doesn't use the defense reaction in hand. No reason not to, I guess, unless you want to keep the Arcane Seed's life, which you might. This is only looking at 9 damage, blocking 4, so 5 leaking.
Ultimately, the blocks are 8 on 9, so 1 damage going to leak through, although 2 is indicated on the life pad. That might be the correction for Bloodied Oval in the past.
And just choosing to activate life from hand rather than discarding it to pummel, so heads up play by Jacob there.
Makes a lot of sense to me, especially when I think I spotted the right card in the arsenal, and it is probably Read the Runes. Depends on if the card in hand now is good for the arsenal. Yes, Read the Runes out of the arsenal. Another 4 rune chants added to the stack. That is 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. Wait, 24, 30, 32.
And, Jacob getting a little low on deck size there, but...
He's just got to send 1 attack, right?
Yeah, and arsenaling a card still, despite losing his whole hand, because he was intimidated off of Smash Instinct.
And now it's back over to Nick McCarthy, who has found himself back to his pitch stack. A pulping in the 2 pulpings in the hand, and only a yellow and a Bare Fangs to pair with them. Can we draw into the blue? And there it is. Unexpected backhand drawn off the top. Can we avoid discarding it is the question. And now, can we avoid having pummels go again taken away by a potential defense reaction in the arsenal?
Pulpings go again. And this was a randomly intimidated card, so surely it's not the defense reaction that would stuff this turn. We'll have to see.
Right now it's 6 go again. Will it remain go again? Another 2 chants are added to the stack as this attack is reduced to Rune Chant in the yellow variety by Jacob Johnson. 3 damage does find home. Pulping keeps go again. The unexpected backhand is in the hand. Oh. It's yet another pulping to follow.
That'll do it.
Dominated. Jacob Johnson falls before he's able to send 34 rune chants. Nick McCarthy, after stumbling so much in the early and mid game, is finally able to close it out with a stack of double pulping.
I will say, Flesh and Blood is a very difficult game. One of the hardest things to do in Flesh and Blood is track pitch stacks. If you were in the other seats, in the Florian seat there, you did see early that there were 2 pulpings pitched 1 turn after the other. So, you might have been able, to the extent there was any way to play around it. I don't think there was anyway, but just a thing to keep in mind that when you saw the first pulping, you were probably going to see the second.
And, if we are going to use our omniscience as a way to kind of look back and use our 2020 hindsight as ways you could have played around that endgame, I do think that there was a chance for Jacob to send his stack just a little bit early. I don't necessarily think, especially in the KO matchup, that you have to send it all in one big go, like you would, for example, against an Oldhim or another deck that is trying to fatigue you out.
Yeah, because if you do that, you're saying, well, give me all of your blues, first of all. And if you don't have enough blues, you're dead.
And also, here's a red Autumn's Touch coming in for 7 on top of that.
Exactly. And also, because they've given you all your blues, they don't have an X turn. So you also have stolen tempo. And I think you're basically hoping to get there with pings from there on. So obviously, this is all hindsight. It looked comfortable for the longest time there. Of course, the double pulping, that evasive damage on the intimidated arsenal. The card that had been intimidated, so it was a random arsenal, was just enough to get there.
And, pulping is such an interestingly contentious card, right? Because I tended to agree with you in the early game when you were saying Pulping is kind of a risky card to bring into this matchup, because in Silver Age, there are only a few decks that can run as many defense reactions as Florian can, maybe none that can do it quite as well as he can. And so you would think Pulping is an unnecessary risk. In this case, setting up a double pitch stack and, like you said, playing to a late game where all of those defense reactions have been used and you've gotten an Intimidate trigger that controls the arsenal, look pretty sweet.
Yeah, we don't have deck lists at this point, but I think it's fair to expect, I would guess, at least 8 defense reactions in the Florian deck. So definitely a risky proposition, but if you can, sort of line it up the way that we did there with the Intimidate first, I think much safer of a proposition, or at least, playing towards your routes.
Okay, there's only one undefeated KO in the room. His name is Nick McCarthy, and he is championing the alluded to best deck in the format for all other Brute Simps out there. Unfortunately, Florian now bereft of a true champion in the X and O bracket, although Jacob Johnson is still very much alive. If he can win another couple matches, he may find himself squarely placed in the top 8. To find out, you got to stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more Rune Chants and, of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Coming soon to a streaming service near you, The Pummel's Gambit, starring Nick McCarthy. We just saw it play out for us on stream a moment ago. Am I getting you to shoot air out of your nose or what? Come on, I can't tell if we're getting there.
You're getting something.
Okay, cool. Awesome. I'll take something. I'll take anything. I am thriving for a pity laugh at this point. I appreciate you giving it to me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get back down to the match floor for more action in this round 5 of the Silver Age Battleground, the first ever televised one, I should say, brought to you by Arcane Games Events and, of course, MinMaxGames, a partnership that I think has been long overdue, if I say so myself. But enough about that. Let's go ahead and get back to the action. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more flesh and blood to be played here at the first weekend of Battlegrounds, a brand new tournament vibe from LSS. In this case, it's going to be Guardian and Ninja flavored for round 5. Devin
McAtee, I think.
McAtee. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That totally stun-locked me.
Yeah,
Devin McAtee trying to take it from Jason Chan, Volda Bright Axe versus Ira Crimson Haze, respectively.
Yeah, love me some Ira. We'll be interested to see. There are a few ways Ira can be built, so we'll have to see how Jason has designed his deck.
It's a smelting of the old ones sent into the arsenal. 2 Seismic Surge tokens left behind for Devin at the start of this game. Harmonized Kodachi is the way that this one is going to start for Jason Chan, and probably the way it's going to start a lot of turns.
One thing I immediately note, Bryce, is that we see a Seek Vengeance in the pitch. That has a 2 in the bottom left, not a 1. The implication that Jason is not playing looking for scrap in this deck.
And very importantly, does have a 0 cost in the top right, which means that Harmonized Kodachi will gain Go again. Up Sticks and Run is the follow-up here. After Yeah. Okay. I was like, how did we flick this knife right here? But no, no need to pay into the retrieve cost of up, sticks, and run. That does make me wonder, is there a way for Jason to be flicking these harmonized Kodachis?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, and there could be something I'm not aware of that's not very well often played. I don't think so. I think it's mainly Silver Talons, which is only available if you pop a fealty.
Needs to be made draconic.
Right. So that is a Syndra specialty, not an Ira specialty. So here I think up 6 and run really just a 0 for 4, which is plenty great in this format. A card I didn't love back when we had to worry about Decimator Axe builds because then you were incredibly punished by Steel Blade shunts. In this new format, awesome 0 for 4, great chain extender, or I guess chain heightener.
In this case, heightened up to 6 on that second harmonized Kodachi, 1 from the Ira Crimson Haze ability, and then 4 from up, 6, and run, plus the 1 base equals 6. Looks like it was taken by Devin. I think we need an update to our life pad, of course. This smash up, though, blocked out almost entirely. 1 damage going to leak through, and we know very well that there is a card with plenty of power to skirt the smash up. It just gets destroyed, right?
Yeah, it would have I believe banished the arsenal. So I think that was a complete cover up there for Devin.
Okay, must have been. And the life total update, of course, was for that second Kodachi instead. 5 Seismic Surge tokens are going to pop right here, which means that this smelting of the old ones is assuredly going to have Dominate, going to be coming in for 10 Dominate. But Devin did hold back another card, so maybe it's going to be another heave situation.
Or just a value keep. I mean,
has to pitch, of course, because smelting does cost 6.
Also floating 2, in case that's relevant.
Could still be a
to
heave,
anybody,
especially if there's another old ones kind of flavored card.
When I say 2 floating, you think heave?
Oh, I guess you think pummel.
I always think pummel. This is the pummel format. Jason, blocking the maximum amount you really can with 1 card in this format with a on the horizon.
On the horizon, going to allow Jason also to get a little bit of information. And yes, the pummel is laid bare. This one in an alternate printing in terms of the border, fresh from Compendium of Wraith. Jason is insulated a little bit more from this damage. There's an Oasis Respite. Must be paid for by a card from hand, but when Jason is flush with reds, I think he's okay with losing one of these cards, arsenaling and saying go next, especially with Devin off arsenal and probably without any way to generate seismic surges.
So that discard here, discarding the Bittering Thorns, tells me that Jason may not arsenal here. It may just send the best 1 card hand in the format in Snatch.
Is that wise with your opponent with so much armor still left, though, do you think?
And Valda getting value off you drawing a card, in case that's something that Devin's interested in. So,
and Valda getting extra seismic surge value potentially with the block of a crash and bash.
Right. So it's I don't know. I think it's a close call. Either choice defensible here. Jason 4-0 in Ira. I was far from 4-0 when I tried playing Ira, so I'll defer to Jason's learned expertise here.
Nevertheless, it wasn't a showdown. It was one of the first Silver Age battle hardens, I want to say, at Calling Seattle. You did top 8 with Ira.
Kids remember battle hardens? So Devin here looking like a block is going to be committed here. Maybe doing some quick math. It does seem like Valda's one of those decks that's, if your opponent's drawing a card, maybe you're going to block with your Civic Peak math. Having to double check the math is something you want to be very careful about.
And it is 3 blues and a red in the hand for Devin. Perhaps just thinking about a heave situation at the end of the turn and keep those seismic surges rolling. Either way, it is Magma Carapace and Gauntlets of Bladehold blocked with here. Or Boulder Hold, I'm sorry.
Earning the equipment block, really implies to me that Jason maybe made the right decision there in terms of keeping the best 1 card hand in the format in Snatch.
Now, I know it was a red in the hand. I don't think it's a pummel this time.
Surely not, right? But then again, you would think if it weren't that Devin would block.
You would think, unless it's, of course, another Old Ones card, which can be heaved at the end of the turn cycle, which I think is exactly why Heave 2 is such an interesting proposition in this format, because you can always telegraph pummel.
Yep.
And if there's one thing Guardian players like to do more than play pummel, it's feint pummel.
There you go. A little bit of trickiness from our Valda player here, as foretold by our own Bryce Platts. Jason getting to keep a 3-hand here. I see 2 blues in that hand, I think, at least.
Which is exactly why I think we're blocking with one of the redundant blues in Soul Bead Strike. Harmonized Kodachi the first comes in. What do you think about the block of all the equipment? Could we possibly see the Life of the Party combo? Definitely not with this hand.
And interesting. I think that we have a Key Unleashed in the red, Bryce. This implies to me that this is going to be the turn where Jason chooses to pop his equipment and get some Crouching Tiger value. Got a foot and a hand switched up there. Doesn't matter. They're going to the trash bin in a few moments.
100%. And I should mention that the Life of the Party combo I was talking about a second ago is a moot point here because the headpiece choice for Jason Chan is, of course, a Blade Beckoner helm, not the Mask of Many Faces that facilitates that combo. What is facilitated here is an adorable little kitty token. Do you think Jason drew that himself, or was it his kid or something?
Oh, I assume this was official LSS product.
The follow-up here is the Chi Unleashed that my co-caster talked about mere moments ago, and this is exactly why Jason is cashing in the kitty cards now, because this one gets a heck of a juice if Crouching Tiger comes before.
Extremely clean play here from Jason. This is one of the things Ira really lets you do is, the value of Kodachi's efficiency is that you really maximize the value of even a small hand here. Here, only 2 cards and setting across, 7, 10, 13 damage pitching with 2 cards.
Really massive
Not
stuff
bad.
here. Wait, 3. It should be 1 for the Harmonized Kodachi, 2 for the second one, up to 3. Crouching Tiger comes in for 2, right, with Tearing Shuko?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, okay, cool. So 12, but still really amazing stuff off of a 3-card hand when you are setting up an arsenal for the future. Devin down to 10 now, but with 3 Seismic Surge tokens ready to send this Blinding of the Old Ones for 10 Dominate once again. I think it's going to be a Debilitate in the arsenal, unless it's, of course, a blue variety, in which case Devin has the opportunity to put Tectonic Instability in there instead.
One thing I'll quickly know is that the new equipment that we get from Compendium has meant that Guardians are less likely to run the Civic Chest that would generate a Vigor for the opponent when blocked, and that was really disruptive to Ira. Not a thing that Jason has to be worried about at this point as we have made this switch over to the Magnetic Carapace, I believe is that card.
10 Dominate here, thanks to the 3 Seismic Surge tokens that popped at the beginning of the turn. And yes, Tectonic Instability is placed into the pitch zone, which means that Devin's arsenal is assuredly going to be a Debilitate. Not 100% sure on the color, but we have seen a blue one sent earlier on.
We have seen some Oasis Respites from Jason, or at least one Oasis Respite.
One.
No other defense reaction, whether it be one of the tall defense reactions, and then, Staunch or
Unmovable.
So I have to think they're in there, or at the very least one more Oasis Respite, because we are going to get to a terminal point soon where Jason will not be able to cover a tall attack with just 1 card from hand.
Ira, of course, being one of those decks that is so well situated to the mid-range game plan, can flex to be fast, can flex to be slow, and play a more value-centric blocking game, depending on what the opponent wants to do. And I think decks like this are way better in Flesh and Blood than they are in any other TCG, just because of the number of cards that you see over the course of the game. Flexible game plans do definitely have a place here. You can be the one asking the question or the one answering it. In this case, the answer off of that 10 Dominate is descend down to 8, start off with a Harmonized Kodachi.
Kodachi for 1. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Follow up, its brother, Kodachi for 2.
Double the life points, though. Something that pretty much only Ira gets to do. The rest of the hand, though, I see 2 reds here, Mr. Patrick, one of which is a Humble.
Yeah, the other Bittering Thorns. Jason also on an Arsenal. I wonder, could that be a cut through or some sort of chain extender? Or otherwise, I think we're maybe going to just see a red being pitched to a Humble for 6.
Speaking of reds, Patrick, the second copy of Red Pummel is in the hand for Devin McAtee. Take my word on it. We saw his shoulder right there, but I did see it in the top down. Torrent of Tempo is the follow-up here from the Arsenal. Will gain Go again if and when it hits.
Risky here. I mean, Devin could block with just a card from him and Civic Peak, which would effectively make Jason IP 2 cards. Of course, it's always possible. You haven't seen one yet, but many Iras do play a Razor Reflex. So going for that block, letting him draw a card, and then getting Razor Reflex is such a such a downside that maybe it's better to just block with 2 cards in hand if you are inclined to block. Maybe Devin just wants to keep the whole grip.
Which is probably what Jason is banking on here, because with 2 cards left in hand, he is staring down the barrel of an IP penalty unless he gets this torrent to hit.
If Devin says no blocks here, Devin will descend down to 4, which means Jason will be able to present a Bittering Thorns for an additional 5, which will require a card from Devin, either from hand or the Civic Peak, which would draw Jason a card. So I think, I don't know, Devin is going to have to block it with a card from hand this turn, I think. I'm sorry, with either a card from hand or give Jason a card. So, with that in mind, we have full information here, but wondering if it may not be better for Devin to just stuff the torrent here.
And if folks, you're wondering about why the heck is my co-caster talking about Jason drawing a card, there's no Mask of Momentum here. Instead, it's the headpiece of Valda that would provide the card. Civic Peak, out of the Round the Table product, when Bravant, I believe his name is, was the Guardian flavor of choice. Whenever it blocks, another target hero draws a card, not you. In this case, Devin is leaving it in the head slot and blocking this torrent of tempo out with Steel Braid Buckler, his Basalt Boots, and Promising Terrain, which means that Jason is forced to just pass.
Yeah, that Steel Braid Buckler was tucked away such that I didn't quite see it at first. Perfect breakpoint there. Of course, it would have punished Jason a bit more if the Civic Peak had been blocked with, but you can't know that if you're Devin.
And this is a very high value play here for Devin. The blocks lined up so well that not only is he robbing value from Jason, he is also perfectly sending this 4-cost attack with the 1 Seismic Surge token he was able to generate from a Crash and Bash. Now coming in for 8. 2-card 8s are pretty dang good in the game of Flesh and Blood. There's also a Crush effect on top of it, and he's parking that red pummel in the arsenal for when he can steal this game.
But at least, for Jason, no Dominate, so able to value block there, and one thing Ira does do well is value block, so going to be able to send back, I imagine, quite a bit of damage in that we will have the up 6 and run, setting in a Kodachi for 5, followed up by a Humble, presumably for 7.
Ain't too bad.
So if that Humble were to hit, even if Devin could generate those Seismic Surges, importantly, because Valda would have no hero text, no Dominate.
Yeah, I only see 1 Crash and Bash in the hand, so I don't think we're quite going to get there in terms of the Seismic Surge tokens, but Devin just says ship it. He's got what he needs to send a big attack and a pummel, so he's going to see what Jason has left here. It is the Humble out of the arsenal, coming in for 7 now. The on-hit not as relevant as perhaps the fact that it is presenting lethal against Devin, who sits at 4 life points.
Yeah, so now, with only 2 armor block left, this will require a minimum of 1 card from hand from Devin, more if Devin intends to stop the on-hit.
And unfortunately, the color of the Crash and Bash is blue. Only going to be blocking for 2 instead of the red variety, which blocks for 4.
I did not know that was a color of Crash and Bash the Valdas were playing. That is, well, it pitched for 3.
Besides that, I think it's Rites of Earthlore on the right side. There is a Boulder Drop, which is an incredibly clean new Guardian card. Also kind of from Round the Table, at least in the blue and I think yellow varieties. Red is even newer than that.
Devin here looks like teeing up what you would presume is going to be one of the 3 blocks in hand. That it will require one more card to block this Humble out and survive, which is presumably Devin's intent.
And if you want to really be insulated from the Ira game plan, you've got to block even more than that, because 2 or 1 is in the Fated Kodachi lock, which is never where you want to be. Blocking very inefficiently with your cards on Kodachis for 1 is not a way to win a game of Flesh and Blood. In this case, it's 2 cards on this Humble. 1 damage leaks through. Down to 3 goes Devin McAtee, leaving a lot of equipment still ready to block. A lot meaning 2.
Yeah, and here, Devin, I'm interested if the plan is to just send that hyper efficient Boulder Drop as you suggested. But again, Jason will have the opportunity to just value block.
There are no 4 blocks in the hand for Jason.
He does have three blocks though. Sorry, 2 3 blocks
So
in blister buff, and gosh, is that a nip at the heels? Yeah,
that is a nip at the heels.
So Jason will be able to take 1 and then send the sort of famous Ira 2-card 8 on the way back.
Right now, definitely feels like Valda is being forced to play the Crimson Haze game plan. Jason in the driver's seat here has himself a blue 0 cost, which means that Kodachis are coming in for go again. 1 for now.
That's a punch above their weight in pitch there. Spicy include in these Ira lists that look to make more value out of those otherwise sort of useless 0 cost blues at the cost of only blocking 2, of course.
And man, Civic Peak is looking like a really scary block right now. Even at the perfect break point of 2, instead, Devin gives a card. And the coup de grace is Smash Up. Coming for the Arsenal, potentially.
Yep. So Devin, sort of priced into giving the Civic Peak there because losing the Arsenal is not... I guess the Arsenal is a pummel, right? So
the Arsenal's a
Smash
pummel.
Up did not have an on-hit there, but maybe just choosing to not go down to 1 against an opponent with Kodachis.
2 seismics generated for that crash and bash.
And the Civic Peak, right?
From
the card draw?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Thank you. I was like, I'm pretty sure Crash and Bash only generates 1. But there you go. And so now, all of a sudden, Boulder Drop is a viable pummel target because Devin blocked with that Civic Peak. So maybe it's even scarier for Jason Chan, the prospect of a card draw. And I think the card drawn wasn't on the horizon, which simply can't be placed into the arsenal.
Wait, is Jason only going to block with 1 card here? Because he drew the Oasis Respite. So if he blocks with 2 cards here...
Boulder Drop would get up to 11.
Yeah, so if Jason blocks with 2
blocks
cards...
8.
And then he can cover, not completely, but only take 1 damage, and obviously evade the pummel...
You're saying
effect.
if he blocked with an additional card,
right,
he would have been able to do that?
Yeah, which I'm not sure if that's what he's doing at this point. It looks like the answer is no. Maybe just trying to win the game and hoping that it's not a pummel.
So he is not going to be dead here on this pummel. This pummel gets Boulder Drop up to 11, but he is going to be robbed of the tempo, certainly. So Oasis Respite going to be played out here. No incidental life gain because Jason is above his opponent in life, but it is an 8 block on 11. No crush effect, but pummel will still force the discard of a card.
Yeah, so Jason punished for not blocking extra there while you can against Valda, who normally sending attacks would dominate at you. As the pummel will take care of the last card in hand. But on the bright side, at least you don't have to comply with Boulder Drop's effect.
Yep, very true. And Jason not going to be able to mount an offense here, which does mean that Devin is likely not going to be able to generate the seismic surge tokens he needs in order to get dominate across the line. We do need to wait for a life total update there. There it happens. Thank you, Jason. Down 2 plays 2 now. Affirmative back squarely in the hand, or I should say the elbow, of Devin McAtee, who does have a meaningful attack to send.
And debilitate, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
And Jason's hand, I think, answering a question I've had all day, or all game, which is, if you're playing Wax-Ons, which presumably you are for other decks in this meta, do you bring them into Valda, a deck where, it's really just a 3 block that you can use from your arsenal? The answer for Jason, yes.
Curious choice here. Debilitate does cost 4 here, so Devin has massively overpitched. I do wonder why we didn't play out... Oh, Rites of Earthlore doesn't have go again. That's exactly why. I suppose could be placed in the arsenal. Devin is instead deciding that he wants to hold back here and just make sure that he can continue mounting offense. He needs attacks right now that he has the tempo.
Interesting here. So Jason's going to attempt to Kodachi lockdown here with the blue. The Civic Peak would cover a Kodachi, but at huge risk, Bryce, especially if it's on, and I guess you could commit it to the second Kodachi and go down to no, I guess you'd have to either way. Devin is going to need to give a card from hand, as Civic Peak's 1 block value isn't going to be able to cover the 3 spread across 2 cards.
1 damage taken here. First Kodachi finds home. Second Kodachi comes in for 2. That's going to be everything that Jason can send. Buys a red card out of the hand of Devin, who might have the kill shot locked and loaded. It's not going to be dominated, though. It's just an Rites of Earthlore, Disenchantment of the Old Ones, coming in for 10. No dominate.
Yeah, you think Ira can cover this. There aren't any... assuming you're not even bigger than not even bigger than that package, every card in the deck should block. So unless it's literally an entire grip of 2 blocks, which it's a lot of 2 blocks.
It's a lot of 2 blocks. I see a Scar for a Scar. I see a Snatch. I see a Flying Kick, which is a 3 block. But the problem here is that what Jason really wants to be able to do is throw 3 cards onto the combat chain and send that blue with more harmonized Kodachis. Unfortunately, because of those minuscule block values on some of the cards, has to go next once again, leaving the tempo squarely in the hand of Devin, who doesn't like what he's looking at, though.
Yeah, and I think it astute play by Jason there. Volda does not, without Seismic Surges, Volda does not have very many ways of creating evasive damage. So saying, all right, if you can leak 2 through my hand, do it. And if not, you're making me keep a blue, and you're probably spelling your doom.
It was hard to tell based on the cards that were flicking, but I haven't seen an attack in the hand of Devin yet. Oh, there is a blinding of the Old Ones. Okay, so can send 10 once. No.
How much does that cost, though, right?
No, they're all reds. It's 1 blue, 2 reds, and blinding, which costs 6.
Right? Yeah, so you can't send blinding. I think...
No!
This might be a Miller's Grindstone turn, Bryce, unless... I mean, I'm admittedly less familiar with some of the Volda playlines.
Which Jason can 100% just shrug off because he's still got access to Blade Beckoner Helm, which can block for an additional 1 if it's blocking a weapon.
So this is, Jason, in the Jason seat, you're probably thinking the amount of thought that I'm seeing from Volda is a great sign for me. And the thumbing of the Miller's Grindstone, Devin. And to Devin's credit, I think Devin has played this matchup very well. I think the way it lined up has been difficult. It seems like Jason has had the D-reacts at times when he really needed to survive Devin's onslaught. So a little bit unfortunate luck, but I would say overall, very well-played game from Devin. Jason here, again, has to be thrilled to see Devin putting his hand over this Miller's Grindstone, which Bryce, as you pointed out, should be able to, immediately reaches over for the Blade Beckoner Helm, and now it's just which card from hand am I going to give up?
Now listen, I think Devin had an opportunity to poker face his way through this. Could have perhaps telegraphed that he has other flavors of Pummel in the deck and immediately sent the hammer.
Yeah.
But in this case, I think based on the posture of his opponent, Jason Chan can happily just throw a card plus Blade Beckoner Helm. Nevertheless, still check in the graveyard to see if there's any other color of Pummel that we have to worry about.
Well, if one thing is coming up, blocking with a red here. Interesting.
But it's a Chi Unleashed, and he's already used his
But I don't see any other
equipment.
reds in Jason's hand. So, I don't know, maybe just Kodachi, 2 cost attack. That'll strip 3 cards from hand.
Should be good enough when your opponent only has 2 Seismic Surge tokens.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm not sure it does strip 2 cards from him. If Devin has the foresight to go for the Civic Peak draw, which you have to think is going to be used eventually. Oh, wow. And choosing to use Legacy of Ikaru, which can do some cheeky 1-over, but you may be figuring at this point, Devin not going to block with a Civic Peak. So if Jason had kept the Legacy of Ikaru and Devin blocked just 1 on the first Kodachi, that would have, of course, presented lethal with the pump. Jason may be figuring here that Devin is probably going to be blocking with full cards anyway, and the Legacy unlikely to generate any value.
And look at this, Patrick. There were other flavors of Pummel. In this case, it's on blocking duty instead of at the ready when a Miller's Grindstone could steal the game. It wouldn't have mattered. Jason Chan was overblocking on that previous turn cycle. Soul Bead Strike is going to be the final attack on this combat chain, only coming in for 2.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, threatening lethal.
Yeah. Well, if it hits, it also gets go again, Bryce. Can't forget that. So, yeah, stripping 3 cards, the binding and interesting. Block with Civic. Oh, this is a heads-up play by Devin here. Yeah, blocking with, Valahai is in the name of that block card, but it generates seismic surges on the block. We'll create another seismic surge from the draw of Civic Peak and going to be able to send this is it smelting or blinding of the old ones?
This is smelting of the old ones.
So this is just 10 dominate, right?
This is 10 dominate, and
Wow.
this spells doom for Jason Chan, unless, of course, that card in the arsenal is a defense reaction.
Wow.
It's not! Devin treads so much water. That was 3 turn cycles of Kodachi lock, a situation that so few players are able to claw their way back from, and yet it is a really astute block with Civic Peak when it mattered the most. Devin McAtee, off the back of a dominated smelting of the old ones, finds himself X and 1 still at the end of round 5.
Wow. Expertly piloted by Devin there. Seemed to be a clearly losing position, being in effective Kodachi lock. Finding the line. I did not see it coming. I'll speak for Bryce. He didn't see it coming. Really
I was just building
piloted.
trauma. No, honestly, what I didn't see coming was the awesome value of Civic Peak. I was a little bit questioning of the decision to bring it in against Ira, who, yeah, sure, has some bricky zero-cost blue attacks that can often make drawing cards a little bit of a moot point. But in this case, man, did Devin make that headpiece look good.
Yeah, and I think a little bit fortuitous to be able to use a card, block with a card that could also generate seismic surges in the back to create that dominate, because I think just sending the 10 likely could have been covered up, and then we'd be back in the same position as before. But yeah, really heads-up play by Devin. Very impressive. Valda, a deck that I was not super impressed with into the field coming into this event. Thinking of it more as a KO counter pick, acquainting itself well into one of the best decks in the format in Ira.
And at least before that round, the Valdas are definitely outperforming the KOs. Perhaps that's attributed to some gen luck, or perhaps the fact that Valda could be the answer to a KO-dominated meta, which, you know, Guardian being good, both in CC and Silver Age right now, I feel like I'm living back in Welcome to Wraith times.
I feel I'm living in a nightmare, Bryce. But complete heads up, hats off play to Devin there. Again, expertly played Valda. A line that I have not seen, one that I'm not familiar with. Maybe a deck that we actually, I think, relative to its status as like the KO counter pick, you don't see presented that much in these big events. So we'll be in good position, hopefully, to be seeing Devin in the top 8.
All right, folks. Well, we got to keep the action rolling. We are going to go to a quick break, pick a new match for you, and be back with more Flesh and Blood. Don't go anywhere. Perhaps it's not Kodachi lock that we need to be worrying about in Silver Age. Perhaps it's instead Seismic Surge lock, because Valdas are looking fierce in this meta so far at the MinMax Silver Age Battleground. It is the first weekend of Battlegrounds in the history of Flesh and Blood. So what do you think of this brand new tournament structure?
Really exciting. Like huge prizing, huge, really doing LSS doing a really great job of adding stakes to what are ostensibly local events. I've been hearing a lot of energy in my local community for the ones in our area. I'm sure it's the same down in Chicago. High prizing for the format that is primarily aimed towards getting newer players into our game. So I would say a 10 out of 10 for LSS on this one.
And definitely kind of fixing the top-heavy equity when it comes to prizing that people experienced in the age of Battle Hardens. So I do hope that everybody is feeling a little more enfranchised, especially with those brand new tournament packs, which are pulling some serious juice.
I can't believe I forgot the tournament packs.
Yeah, just as a participation. Really, really cool stuff. We'll harp on that more throughout the day. But if you like what we're doing here at MinMaxGames, we do encourage you to give us a follow on our socials. Go ahead and like the video and subscribe here on YouTube. You can also find us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. That's MinMaxGames LLC for Facebook and Instagram. X is going to be MinMaxGames1, and then YouTube. You're already watching it, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and smash that subscribe button. We want to see more of you if you want to see more of us. And now we will proceed down to the feature match area where we're going to see a matchup that is near and dear to a lot of people's hearts, but hasn't been seen in a long time, Patrick. What am I talking about?
You're talking about a whiz-off. We got Icelander versus Kano. Not something I have seen a ton of, Bryce. It's and both 5-0. Like these are players we are going to be seeing later in this event.
It's Tim Wong versus Andrew Henderson. Which is the biggest whiz? The question is posed now. The answer comes before you. And each players are exchanging Crucible of Aetherweaves so that we can read them in turn. They're going to use it to track the turns. That's really awfully nice of them, even though both of them could be activating Crucible of Aetherweave on each other's turns. We'll see if this gets messy, but nevertheless, we definitely appreciate the attempt to make things more clear for us in the booth.
Gotta love enhancement of the viewer experience, Bryce. I will point out, neither player has auto-lost this matchup by not bringing Aetherstorm Wellington, another must-play card from Compendium.
An interesting thing from Andrew, though, is that Unyielding Grip remains in the arm slot. I tend to think that Icelander won't always go wide enough for it to be useful. I could absolutely be wrong, though, because Icelander must send physical damage in order to enact her game plan, so it's entirely possible that Andrew is going to be rewarded to the 9s for that extra 3 life, which then bridges the gap between him and his opponent who starts at 18.
Yeah, that's heads up to mention there, Bryce. Andrew on what you would think comfortable AB3. Tim is at AB5 on the other side, so if Tim is rich in blues, which Icelander is wont to be, Andrew going to have a difficult time leaking over damage.
Ice Bolt coming in 4/4 thanks to the buff of the Crucible of Aetherweave. And we should see that Crucible pass to the other side of the board to indicate that the turn has passed over to Andrew Henderson, who now lies at 13 life points, descended down from his base of 15. And now it's all gas for Kano, who is activating Crucible of Aetherweave, not using the action point for a energy potion to be established on the board, and that is likely because there's a red Voltic Bolt in the hand, wants to just get as much damage through as possible, and lest my eyes deceive me, Patrick, I think I spotted a snapback as well. This is going to be a monstrous 9 arcane damage.
Yeah, that is in fact, and I believe it's red too, so... Tim, I mentioned here that Andrew really needing something to. Oh, here we have a response to the Crucible, Bryce.
It's a frosting coming across the line. Only 1 measly arcane damage. Andrew is happy to AB1 there because he is flush with resources. So it's that plus the tax from the frostbite. Not going to hamper the damage coming through for Andrew Henderson, though. Even after all is said and done, he's still going to have 1 resource floating. So perhaps saying, thank you very much, Tim, for giving me a way to sink more resources out of this turn.
Yes, and as I was trying to say there, Tim obviously has this absolute mountain of arcane barrier available to him. If you are going to attempt to leak damage here, this is exactly the sort of turn you need to be developing for Andrew.
Now, I do want to mention here, Tim remains X and O, despite the fact that he has 100% run into KO, the big bad of the meta, and the one who seems to be, at least if content creators are to be believed, keeping Icelander down. So Tim has found some way to get through that matchup and find himself, I would say, locked for top 8.
Yeah, I certainly always believe content creators, Bryce, yourself included.
Oh, God. You're doomed then, my friend.
And Andrew here, just keep tucking away that snapback in Arsenal. Assuming our eyes didn't deceive us and that was, in fact, a snapback.
I'm almost 100% sure that was a snapback.
Yeah.
Is a curious choice not to deploy it there. Perhaps just thinking about a future kill turn, especially when your opponent still has 2 cards. I think unless Tim's got himself a Wounded Bull, 2-card hands can be awkward for Icelander. And this is one that is making my point for me. It's an Aether Ice Vein, not fused. So yes, it's 5 arcane damage, but that is hardly the most fearsome thing about this card. When fused, it'll of course provide some disruption, forces the opponent to discard a card as long as arcane damage comes across the line, or pay 2 resources. Andrew Henderson, though, popping Talismanic Lens, thinks he can line up some serious damage right here when his opponent is at 17. Yeah. Both cards left on top. It's a Kano activation, finding Timekeeper's Whim.
No. And to your earlier point about this unyielding grip, struggling to find value, haven't seen a single physical attack from Tim thus far.
only 2 turns have elapsed. We do
True.
have to mention.
A lot of game actions taken, not a lot of turns.
Exactly. So here comes Timekeeper's Whim. It's just going to be a hefty amount of arcane damage. Tim unable to block any of it because he is bereft of resources. Down to 11 he goes. And then there's the snapback out of the arsenal. The resources weren't really cooperating for Andrew here. Forced to pitch 2 reds on this turn, but nevertheless, a lot of damage has been done. All of a sudden, Tim with tons of room in terms of the life total. But I think the reason Andrew makes this play is because Icelander without an arsenal can't do any wizard shenanigans.
Yeah, and Tim, Icelander deck, again, chock full of blues, being able to opt to send the snapback at a time when Tim was going to be absolutely resource poor. I think a heads-up play by Andrew there, who is otherwise going to want to be leaking damage over AB5.
Looks like Andrew is attempting to pass the turn here. Tim, nevertheless, taking his time to think about the next turn cycle, does have himself a Frost Spike, which now would provide a Frostbite token to his opponent. But yeah, not a super great reason to deploy it here because Andrew wasn't trying to do anything and Frostbites go away at the end of the turn anyway.
Yeah, and I don't believe, Bryce, in the absence of an arsenal, there is a whole lot for Icelander to be doing on the opponent's turn, unless I'm mistaken.
Definitely not. You're absolutely right. The only reason Tim was deliberating there, I think, was for the Frostbite, or he was just thinking about his turn cycle. There's our physical attack. It is Chest Puff coming at Andrew Henderson's face. I do believe it's going to be for 7 because it looks like Tim has paid the extra resource here.
Yeah, so you have to wonder if Tim is going to take this opportunity to use the unyielding grip or just, sort of bank on another opportunity presenting itself.
Andrew just blocking with 2 cards there. Has a Cindering Foresight, but if I have any foresight, I think Andrew is trying to set that up in the arsenal to lock and load a kill shot against Tim on the next turn cycle. Right now, Tim just IPing 1 card, wants to remain insulated from anything that Andrew could do at the end of the turn. Andrew just says pass.
This Crucible of Ironweave Etherweave going back and forth, it reminds me a little bit of in elementary school when it was your turn to talk. Really appreciate it. This is now Andrew's turn to do damage, I guess.
This is popcorn wizardry. There we go. That was an actual laugh.
No, yeah, you got me.
Dear diary.
Yeah. For the viewers at home, I did not fake that one.
I do think that Andrew is attempting to pass here, and that is probably because he's got an Emeritus Scolding in the hand, wants to make sure he has access to it. On the kill turn, there's an Absorb in Aether in hand as well. Will Tim be sending any physical damage and playing into what might be Andrew Henderson's game plan?
Yeah, I mean, the bringing Unyielding Grip, which maybe there was no other option for Andrew, and then again having the defense reaction, I think implies to me that Andrew is expecting to be able to block physical damage in this matchup. I think more likely than not, that probably is the case into Icelander.
I would say so as well, but nevertheless, Tim Wong is thumbing the mutual Crucible of Aetherweave. If you're joining us late, the players are only playing with 1 Crucible of Aetherweave to indicate whose turn it is. And in this case, Tim Wong is using that joint Crucible to send an Aether Ice Vein for 6. Oh, tell me it's fused. No, I don't think we got a fusion here. Unless he flashed it faster than I could perceive.
Interesting. And that is an ice card in pitch. So
yeah.
Presumably this last card in hand is a red or something that could not have pitched for such to satisfy the Aether Ice Vein's cost.
Unfortunate situation. The second red Aether Ice Vein that Tim Wong has had to send this game without fusion. And maybe it's not the worst thing against Kano. Maybe even if it is a blue ice card in the hand, Tim would rather leave it there and insulate him from instant speed damage because on connection of Aether Ice Vein, Kano can always respond and just empty the hand anyway.
And here Andrew just using, shuffling out his defense reaction for just one value in the form of pitching it to Arcane Barrier. Probably the best he could hope for, given the tenor of the way this game is proceeding.
Crucible activated for Andrew Henderson, who now sits at 2 life points versus Tim Wong's 8. But you cannot count Kano out until he is dead and gone. It's an Ice Spike from the arsenal. So that is going to be 2 ice two Frostbite tokens generated for Andrew Henderson, one just in the arena, the other in the empty head slot where Talismanic Lens used to reside. Andrew, still with enough resources to go ahead and said red. No. Oh, that's an additional blue in the pitch now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, he activated Kano, activated Crucible. Did he activate Kano?
I don't know if
Am
he's
I
activated
crazy?
Kano.
He probably hasn't
I
activated
think he's
Kano.
paid for Frostbites, paid for Crucible, and then paid for Photon Space.
Okay, fair enough. So plenty of resources to get through the disruption of Tim Wong.
One thing, and this game is emblematic of the new tool in Frostbite that Icelander got in Compendium, have to be very careful about when you choose to use an equipment such that there will be an empty spot for a Frostbite to be lodged in there. Andrew, to the extent he hadn't used his Talismanic Lens, would have one more resource in the spot.
There is a kind of a cursed interaction with Frostbite that I have been taught by my... I've never casted with him, actually, except for in an online match. But whatever. I'm talking about Pankaj Bajwani, who absolutely loves Icelander. He told me that if you have an empty equipment zone and your opponent does it, you're still forced to give yourself a Frostbite. Frostbite requires a Frostbite to be given if it is able, which is adding insult to injury, ultimately, as far if you're an Icelander player who was disappointed by Frostbite.
Yeah, making Tim look even smarter for bringing two Null Rune, but equipment that doesn't go away, I guess is my point. So I suppose Cloak will go away at some point, potentially.
Looking at the hand of Tim Wong, looks like it was 2 reds and 2 blues. So it's just going to be a pitch out entirely, as is his right, with AB, what did we say, 5?
5, yeah.
So no damage comes across, but Andrew Henderson still sitting on a Cindering Foresight, and here he goes. After Tim has completely pitched out, he is going to go for the kill if he can find it. I saw a Timekeeper's Whim, another Cindering Foresight.
Wow, you were so good at seeing those cards from that angle.
Oh, thank you, Patrick. Thank you for noticing. But I think the go button has been hit because there's yet another snapback in the hand. The Banish off the top of the deck. He misordered it. Andrew was definitely looking to keep the Timekeeper's Whim on the top of the deck, but he misordered it instead, putting a blue Rousing Aether on top of the deck. This is not what he wanted. Oh, no, Andrew.
Andrew, we've all been there. We've all been there.
Oh, the fumble on the opt is the worst way for this game possibly to end. For Andrew, okay, he might still be able to get there. There's only one card in the hand for Tim, which is going to be a blue. This Rousing Aether now coming in for 3 Arcane, if I'm not mistaken, and then the snapback is not going to be enough damage. Oh, Lord.
Bright side here for Andrew.
What is it? Please tell me.
He's 5-0.
Okay, fair enough.
We will, either of these players, both up until this point, showing expert sort of wizardry, showing their wizardry skills up until this point, likely going to be in a good position for Take. But yeah, especially on the stream game, sometimes nerves catch up to you a little bit. Easy to make a quick mistake like that in a game that requires so much thinking, especially if you're playing Kano.
And so after that comedy of errors, I guess I'll say, from the perspective of Tim Wong, he is happy to receive that 3 damage and try to get this blue card in the arsenal. But that calculation might change now that a snapback is out there and Rousing Aether is providing a little bit of extra beef.
So, do we know for a fact, have you seen Tim's hand? Do you know for a fact that's a blue he's got in hand?
I am almost positive that it's a blue. I think I saw it on his previous turn cycle. I don't know which blue it is, but I am guessing it's an Emeritus Scolding.
Yeah, and here, Tim, isn't it Tim's turn?
It is Tim's turn.
Okay.
So now back over to Andrew, who has cleared his entire hand, and now, if it is a blue Emeritus Scolding, Tim will be able to kill Andrew when he passes priority at the end of the turn. Show us the money, Tim.
But what I'm saying is, if it was Tim's turn, shouldn't he not have been able to use Spellfire Cloak?
That's a very good point. We may have to send a signal down to our players that Spellfire Cloak should not have been activatable on Tim's turn in order to block 1 arcane damage. But the fist bump has already been extended, and Tim Wong taking this one down with a frosting, which, only, oh yeah, with Crucible would deal 2 Arcane. Andrew Henderson, without any cards in hand, is unable to block even with the Aether Storm. Wellington's in the foot slot, which means that we do have ourselves an X and O Icelander. The wizard that nobody thought could is definitely the bigger whiz in this feature match.
Yeah, and both players looking quite a bit exhausted here at the end of these games are short, but when you think, when you got to think through them in the same way that we see, small mistakes happening, even when you're playing a deck like me that plays itself a little bit more than those 2 wizards we just saw.
And I just really hope that Andrew can shirk this one away, have the memory of a goldfish, and not let the fumble on the opt haunt him for the rest of the day, because I know if I was in his seat, it would be a lot of mental gymnastics to get over it and perform, especially when you're already locked for top 8.
Yeah, you got to have short memory, goldfish memory whenever you're at this point in a tournament. And I it's maybe not the healthiest mindset, but I always feel when I'm in that position, it doesn't happen that often, but when I'm in that position, this is all gravy from here. And I am jockeying for position, but I'm in a good spot. So hopefully, to the extent both players are worn down after that game, they can brush off and be ready for the final round of Swiss into top 8.
And he is playing Kano, so I'm sure he's had plenty of meal breaks and water breaks and potty breaks throughout the day. So if you are sitting on your couch, we also want you to stay hydrated and well fed. So I don't know, do that. And we will be back with more Flesh and Blood after a little bit of a calorie injection. With the fumble of an opt, the bigger whiz is decided, and it is Icelander who remains at X and O going into the final round of Swiss here at the MinMax Battlegrounds, which is Sage all day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am still here with Patrick R, giving you all the plays, the splays in the
spell phrase.
Oh, hey, we've got rescued. Okay, thank you so much for that, Patrick. We just saw a whiz off, as I have alluded to, and did you think coming into today that we would have an undefeated Icelander going into the last round of Swiss?
I didn't. I thought that was a deck that got really eaten up by ninjas in the room, and there are a lot of ninjas in the room. So, not sure. I mean, maybe finding some tech into KO. We have only seen the Icelander once on stream in the whiz off, the pre-mentioned whiz off. Curious to see if we will have a chance to see Icelander's tech into KO to the extent that is a hurdle she has had to get past.
Well, folks, we could show you that final Icelander match, but it is against an Oldham. And if my information is correct, there is a fairly deterministic game plan into Oldham. If you, I could be proven wrong, but we are going to turn our attention elsewhere because our top 8 is more or less locked at this point. So instead, we're going to give you a little flavor of something known, but also something new. Phi is going to be making an appearance at the feature match table, and we can't wait to see what flaming shenanigans they've got in store for us. Before we get down there, though, do have to mention one more time the fact that MinMaxGames, our sponsor of today's event, is already offering pre-orders on Omens of the Third Age. You are going to want to place your orders good and early, folks, because this is a hot button topic. I don't even need to see more than the 5 or 6 cards that we know about to know that this is going to sell fast.
I don't need to see more than 5 or 6 cards to know that I, like many others, am going to be playing Ziggy. So I'll be very eager to be getting as much Omens of the Third Age product as I can get my hands on, at least one of which will be coming from MinMaxGames.
Well, Patrick, I was going to say, you better get yourself over to MinMaxGamesFab.com in order to place your order right now. So don't wait. Go right now. I'll wait.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. I'll wait. You call that miming typing? Oh my gosh, I've seen better acting in 7-Eleven.
I literally have a laptop next to me too. I could have done.
You could have just.
I could have just done it. Yeah.
It is what it is. We are still here and still providing flesh and blood action, ladies and gentlemen. But you can get your hands on brand new product from MinMaxGames right here and now. We have players that are ready, and we're going to get back down to it, ladies and gentlemen. We promised it. It is Phi in the camp of Catherine Alabau versus no stranger to the feature match table. It's Nick McCarthy, the gentleman who was able to dethrone our undefeated Florian in round 3 earlier today with a double pummel strategy coming back around in the pitch stack. It really did not look good for Nick up until the final moments of that game, Patrick.
Double pulping strategy.
What did I say?
Pummel again.
Oh, gosh. What is happening to
We've
me?
seen Draconic round 1 in Dromai. We've seen Ninja. Now we see the Draconic Ninja. I think the deck that I will say is the most popular for like new players to this game who are buying these Silver Age Chapter 1 decks. Phi tends to be a popular choice, and for good reason, Bryce. It's a very powerful deck.
100% on the play is Nick McCarthy, who has discarded a Mighty Windup to generate 2 Might tokens, one, of course, for the KO static ability, the other for the discard of Mighty Windup itself, and is coming in with a Mandible Claw for 3 go again with a Run Roughshod in hand, and I believe that's a Humble as well, destined for the Arsenal. This is a pretty strong turn 1.
Yeah, Nick may be fishing for Phi, of course, starts with a Phoenix Flame in graveyard. Many opt to play 1 in deck to be able to be searched up. Maybe fishing for one of those, or some collection of 2 blocks to be able to leak some damage. Not the case here.
Catherine able to stymie all of that damage from Nick. Fantastic way to start in their own right. And now the hand is Rise from the Ashes. I believe that's a Dragon Power, Rising Resentment, and the name of it is escaping me. Help me, Patrick.
That is Inflame the Firebrand.
Nicely done
Yeah.
indeed. Rise from the Ashes is going to get that Phoenix Flame that started in the graveyard back to the hand and also buff the next Draconic attack. So this Phoenix Flame coming in for 3 doesn't have the additional +1 because this is the first Draconic Chain Link so far. And Catherine did have the opportunity to instead start off with a Rising Resentment. What do you think the reason for that is?
I think if she had, she would have had to break the chain to play Rise from the Ashes. She does need to get the Phoenix to play Rise from the Ashes in order to make Inflame the Firebrand come down on Chainlink 4, which it needs to do in order to get the buff. So I think she sequences this perfectly in order to maximize the value of this hand, which otherwise plays itself, essentially.
But you could have just left the buff on the Rising Resentment, right?
Yeah, but then Inflame the Firebrand wouldn't have been on Chainlink 4, so it would have only come in for 2. And sure enough, there's the Inflamed Firebrand for 4. Go again. If Catherine had more attacks to be playing here, those would be Draconic. Not the case.
And also not necessary because all the attacks that came before were indeed Draconic.
Yeah. Only downside of this, and this is why you are typically trying to search up some Phoenix Flames to have multiple, is if Catherine had an extra Phoenix Flame in graveyard, would have been able to push through 1 extra damage.
But altogether, not too bad.
Yeah.
Of a first clapback. Catherine has, however, drawn a copy of Salt the Wound. Not able to be fetched by Mask of the Pouncing Lynx as we normally understand it in Classic Constructed. So I could see a world where they plunk that one in Arsenal and just wait to go super wide. Right now, Nick gets his say, though, at 17 life to Catherine's 20. Wild Ride coming in and leaving only 1 card in hand, 1 in the arsenal. Red Bear Fangs was the discarded card. Might token generated there. And it's a blue in the hand for Nick, which could be really good paired with that Humble that's in the arsenal. Now, against Jacob Johnson on Florian, we didn't get to see Nick do the quintessential KO thing until probably turn cycle 6 or 7. In this case, he's starting it off on his first real tempo swinging turn of the game.
Yeah, and exactly what you want to be doing as KO here. Catherine committing to the block. Looks like, is this overblocking? Were there 2 mites? Yeah, there were 2 mites. So full blocking 8.
Full block of 8. Now has to answer the Mandible Claw. Blade Beckoner Helm gets in the mix, and the first blood is dripped out of the Draconic Ninja. Down to 19 goes Catherine, but now must face down a Humble, which would turn off Fi's hero text. Honestly, a lot less scary now that Catherine has committed so strongly to the blocks.
And I think Catherine's entire hand was blue, besides Salt the Wound. So not really what you want to be seeing into
Wait, there's a Fire Tenant Strike first in the hand.
I thought it was blue, but it could be red. If it's red, then these blocks...
that would be crazy to run that in the blue, right?
I don't know. It's possible. If you're right, just sending a head jab or keeping it in Arsenal for a longer turn, probably Catherine's play here, as this game is basically guaranteed to go at least 1 more turn from here.
Catherine now completely bereft of blocking equipment, plunks that Fire Tenant Strike first. I doubt it's a blue into the arsenal at this point, at least. And now it's 17 plays 17. Catherine says go next, and Nick McCarthy coming out swinging with a Buck Wild.
So this is in the yellow, but because of the might, it will be coming in for 7. Again, assuming worst case scenario for Catherine, which is, this 7 followed by a mana. Oh, I guess you couldn't do Mandible Claw because there's been no discard. So yeah, Nick, I think very unlikely to be able to threaten lethal here, which probably means to the extent her hand fully converts, Catherine's going to keep the whole rip.
Ooh, Predatory Plating cashed in just to kind of fix the resources on this hand so that Nick can finish off this turn with a Bear Fangs. It's only 2 chain links wide, but this is a heck of a lot of damage. Catherine can take all of it, but would go down to 2. So instead, throws a copy of Art of the Dragon Fire, the second copy that we have seen, therefore the second legal copy to be played, all devoted to blocking duty.
Notably here, Catherine choosing to play Smoldering Scales in the chest slot. 2 block, hard to hate that, very solid. But if she had been playing, the chest that generates a resource when you played a Crouching Tiger, his name is escaping me now, that's a card that could have been used on offense for an extra 5 damage.
Predatory. Oh, Blood Scent.
Yeah. Right.
Fire Tenant Strike first is the first attack on this combat chain, and even though it is very red, ladies and gentlemen, it is not Draconic. It does, however, have Go Again, and will provide +1 to the next Draconic attack, and there's the real Draconic flavor of Head Jab. It's Ronin Renegade, now coming in for 4.
Thankfully, that Fire Tenant was not blue, as some people said it would be.
Who said that?
I don't know. So one should leak over here, right?
It should be. One should leak over here. I think Nick indicated one.
Okay, yeah.
But no has just taken 3 from the second Ronin Renegade. So hopefully our players catch that 1 more damage should have gone through there. I do believe that Pouncing Paws is being popped here, generating a Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone for Catherine. Tearing Shuko also gets in the mix, so this Crouching Tiger comes in for 2 Go Again.
Here popping, I think maybe just realizing that the rest of her turn is going to be, or the rest of the game, she's going to be blocking with some amount of cards from ends in order to stay alive. But yeah, again, here, not going to be able to threaten lethal. Would have been able to threaten lethal again if that extra chest resource were available.
Now, Nick is still posturing extra cards to block with on this Blaze Headlong, which comes after the Crouching Tiger. Plus Knucklehead is going to be an attack that is completely shored up. The last matter to deal with on this turn is the fetch of the Phoenix Flame, but Catherine plunks it into Arsenal, just wants to insulate themselves from not drawing a starter, I suppose.
Yeah, and that could be heads up. It could also be another chain link for a potential Lava Burst, of course, given the blocks and seeing the Lava Burst just a little too late, I think, here in this game.
100%. It does, however, block 3, much like the Compounding Anger that is coming in a little bit too late. But Nick has been relegated to a 2-card play, which is Rough Up, 7 damage coming across the line. And Catherine does have 3 blocks to help her out.
Yeah, I think Catherine basically priced into blocking with Lava Burst and Compounding Anger here to the extent that you want to end the turn on a snatch. But heads up, because to your point, Bryce, not drawing a Draconic Chain Starter. So, again, very heads up by Catherine. Going to have to cash in the Phoenix Flame for no value, but again, it's better than what the alternative was.
I mean, fixing your entire turn, which would have otherwise been next to nothing, is pretty huge. I have to doff my cap to Catherine for holding back that Phoenix Flame for the Arsenal.
Yeah, Catherine showing why she's gotten to 4-2 so far in this tournament. And then again, very important. Importantly, I think you're going to be able to end her turn with a snatch. And Nick does not have a breakpoint block available with his equipment, so it will require 2 cards if Nick wants to stop it.
Fealty generated here for Phi, who, even though he's a rebellious kind of guy, does want to curry favor with the Empire, I guess. Maybe the lore isn't making a whole lot of sense. But bottom line, Catherine has even more insulation from future turns where she doesn't draw more Draconic cards. Snatch is the follow-up here after Display Loyalty is shirked away by a Savage Feast from hand for Nick McCarthy, who now seems to... Is he red-locked? I know I see 1 blue.
No, he's got a blue. I think he's going to send a Humble on the way back, but draw there. Catherine pausing. It looked like a Blaze Headlong to me.
It's a pretty huge pickup.
Which seems like a great draw, but maybe just posturing a less than happy Arsenal target.
So Nick had the opportunity, I will say, to send Savage Feast and cash in his beaten trackers, which now have gotten their defensive value and just need to generate an action point to maximize their benefit to him this game, but instead just wants to go for the 2-card play. A curious thing that he wants to play the value game at this point, because the more you let Phi keep cards, the more I'm a little bit worried for you.
Yeah, and here, Catherine drawing up 2 3 blocks in the blue variety. I think the rest of her hand, based on the glimpse I took, will be operable. So going to be able to send damage back. It's important. Nick, blocking a lot, still at 8 life. That's not particularly close to it will take quite a showing for Catherine to be able to present lethal, especially through a block or 2.
Well, if that is a Blaze Headlong, lethal will definitely be presented here. Rise from the Ashes fetches the Phoenix Flame and also gives +3 to the next Draconic attack. Chosen attack is Phoenix Flame here, now coming in for 3 Go Again.
Yeah, looks to be a Rising Resentment on the follow-up, so it could be a situation of head jab, Blaze Headlong, which is 10. Not quite.
Which again, Patrick, this does confuse me a little bit, because why wouldn't we go Rise from the Ashes, give the buff to Rising Resentment, or heck, even Blaze Headlong, which would now have Go again, if it is indeed the card in Arsenal, then come in for a breakpoint, then get an extra point of value on the Phoenix Flame down the line.
I see what you're saying. Here, unlike the previous situation, where I think there was a defensible reason to get the buff on Inflame, here there's really no reason not to. I think you're right. I think it would have been slightly better to have led with the Rising Resentment instead of... I mean, I guess you want to spread out your damage, maybe, is the only justification, but losing 1 value.
Either way you slice it, 3 damage comes across the lane, and it is not a Blaze Headlong. But it is a very fearsome card here. Another 0 for 4, Insult the Wound. Now that 2 chain links have hit, Nick is forced to put at least 1 card in front of this. Does have himself plenty of 3 blocks as far as I can tell. There's an unexpected backhand. Is that a pummel, Patrick? It is.
Well, I'm the #1 pummel sus-outer.
Susser outer.
Yeah. And I don't think Nick will have access to be able to use it this turn. So, I don't know what that is. That a Savage Feast in hand? I see. Has not cashed in Beaten Trackers. This could be the turn to do so. And finally, and be able to put together a semblance of a 3-wide turn, even with just 3 cards in hand.
Oh, a curious choice here goes with the Savage Feast instead of... Well, you can't block with the pummel because then you lose... You would lose the game ultimately.
That's true, yeah.
Unless you give an additional card.
Yeah,
so
right.
I think what Nick is going to do is try to go for this Wild Ride and risk discarding the pummel.
You could overpitch. Well, I guess not, right?
No,
we could overpitch and just swing claw.
Yeah, and then just swing claw. That's the way to do it.
Right. So still going to demand 3 cards here, right? No, I guess 2 cards. Because this Wild Ride will be coming in for 5, so Catherine can block 2, but one of the cards in hand is... well, first of all, we have a lot of 2 blocks in
Fire That Burns Within.
Fire That Burns Within, which is really only good on a larger hand, but the bigger problem, as I see, is Catherine's hand only blocks 8 combined.
Mm-hmm.
So this 5 here will require 2 cards from hand in order to survive.
And then the claw that follows will require an additional 1.
Yeah, and normally I think the position you might take would be to just say, block everything out or block to the greatest extent you can and make it incumbent on KO to convert the next hand.
And this is... Yeah, I know. The question mark, the upturn in tone right there at the end is, KO is going to be able to convert.
Yeah, especially without having used Beaten Trackers. So, KO showing what makes him the de facto metagame leader.
Oh. Fire Tenant Strike first gets in the way. Catherine down to a single life point, but so is her opponent. But with 1 card, I do have to give the edge to Nick McCarthy in this situation, who draws up 4 and is just going to be facing down a Brand with Cinderclaw for 3.
Yeah, and even if it's, at most, Catherine be able to send 3. If it's, I couldn't tell if it was blue or red. If it's red, just as a head jab, or blue, sending Searing Emberblade. Deciding here, it's better to just keep in hope for the brick, as we mentioned.
Eesh, and it's only 1 3-block in the hand for Catherine, and a yellow Wild Ride found for Nick McCarthy, which means that this is going at least 2 chain links wide, which could be enough to slam the door on our rebellious fellow, Fi.
Well, he could have discarded a pummel. We know he's playing them.
True that.
That would have been Catherine's best out probably at this point.
5 go again here on this Wild Ride. Or I'm sorry, it should be 6 because he definitely discarded a 6 or more last turn cycle.
That's right. So, going to require 3 cards from hand. Yeah, and the writing's on the wall here.
100%. It's just a formality at this point. Rough Up is going to get it done. Catherine, however, for her own right, still with a smile on her face as she descends to X and 3 to round out her tournament run. Now, even though Nick McCarthy has ascended in his last round of Swiss, folks, I don't believe he is going to be making top 8. As we talked about at the beginning of the round, we are fairly locked at this point as for what our top 8 will be. Nevertheless, we do need to cross our T's, dot our I's, and we'll be back with, of course, more Flesh and Blood and a top 8 announcement in short order. Don't go anywhere. Things are just heating up, even though we're at the end of rounds of Swiss. There's more Battlegrounds, more MinMaxGames, and, of course, more Flesh and Blood after this.
the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is. Bring it back to me, please. Bring it back to me, please. Bring it back to me, please. It's making me feel so weak.
Apologies, folks. It was a longer than average break, but that was because, of course, a top 8 cut has been made. And now that we have kind of waded through, we should have nonstop flesh and blood action for the penultimate 3 rounds here at the Silver Age Battleground hosted by MinMaxGames. Bryce Platts here, bringing you all the action with Mr. Patrick R. to my right. And ladies and gentlemen, shall we hit the button and announce our top 8? Patrick, drumroll, please. Thank you so much.
I'm keeping it going.
Well done indeed. Okay, here before you, ladies and gentlemen, is the top 8 bracket of the first ever streamed Battleground event. Tim Wong comes in at the first seed on Icelander, who we saw in a whiz match against the second seed, Andrew Henderson, who does seem to have figured out how to properly order his opt and is now up against Rob Solis down at the bottom end of the bracket. Besides that, there's a Valda Brightaxe. The only redundant copies are, of course, 2 Kanos. A copy of one poor, unfortunate Oldham made their way into the top 8, only to run smack dab into a Kano. Pour one out for Yasunari. And then, of course, Arjun Garg on Ira, Crimson Haze, and B. Budnik holding it down for Florian, despite not being the X and O one that we saw earlier on stream.
Yes, glad to have one Florian, at least in representation here in top 8, a rogue deck that folks, I guess I can't call it rogue, it was third most popular in the room, but nevertheless, a pick that many people were high on coming into this tournament. Kano, everybody keeps telling me that Kano is not the, one of the de facto leaders of this format, and yet time and time again, when comes time to test their mettle, Kanos end up in the top bracket, Bryce.
Whoever's telling you that is thick in the head.
Ah, well.
Especially if it's teammate Alexander Vore, who is a champion of Kano.
I can't say either way whether it was Alexander Vore. But nevertheless, happy to see also Devin McAtee here after that amazing win on camera earlier.
100%. And before we get down, I do want to remind everyone what the beginning of our story was. This is the metagame breakdown from earlier today. Yes, this room was definitely dominated by KO and Ira. Despite that fact, only one copy of each, respectively, make their way into the top 8. And is much more rogue decks that find themselves there. Kano with a 50% conversion into the top 8. Once again, whoever says Kano is down bad in the Silver Age format is... drinking the wrong flavor of Mountain Dew, I suppose.
Yeah, Kano shooting 50% from the field. Could be one of those heroes that's just like, if you are an expert, you know what to do. A sort of, like a specialist hero, I suppose.
And I suppose ultimately it is a full-on 50% conversion for Wizards across the board because we started with 2 copies of Icelander. 1 is in the top 8 and did end up being X and 1 going into this. But enough about the other players. We now have a feature match for you between Arjun Garg and our copy of Florian in the hands of B. Budnik. Let's go ahead and hit the button, get back over to Illinois, and bring you some more action. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our top 8 cut. B. Budnik versus Arjun Garg. Florian versus Ira, Crimson Haze. Now, Patrick, you definitely find yourself in the right side of this screen more often than not. How do you feel about the Florian matchup?
Well, when I'm opposite you, I'm always on the right side, Bryce. But I think it's incumbent on the Ira to sort of present a lot of as much pressure as possible into Florian. You can't sort of spend endless time to presenting lethal because Florian will eventually build up that sort of thick rune chant board.
B seems to have taken this first harmonized Kodachi. The second is probably a very different story because Arjun Garg is going first. B probably just trying to insulate themselves from a chain that goes ultra wide. And unfortunately, B finding the first copy of Chorus of Rotwood at an inopportune time, and that is, of course, when there are not enough Earth cards in the bin to decompose. But we saw the combo of Plume of Evergrowth and Garland of Spring make that a bit of a moot point earlier. So maybe B is very happy that they found Chorus of Rotwood this early, and I'm eating my words.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Chorus of Rotwood and both Arcane Seed's life in the opening hand. I don't know. It seems kind of unfortunate. It seems like cards you'd really want to see post online to your, I guess, the point you were getting at, Bryce. But you'll take the value where you can, I suppose.
And man, there are a lot of Earth cards just flying into the graveyard. So B going to be able to accelerate that decomposed game plan probably even faster than we saw Jacob do earlier today. The question will be if they're able to find copies of Rootbound Carapace or more copies of Chorus of Rotwood sooner rather than later.
Can you imagine the value if B had gone first? With 2 Arcane Seeds life following up with a Chorus of Rotwood, or some mixture of that.
Could be wild. As it stands, Arjun blocks that Scepter of Pain. I'm sorry, which of these equipment has Arcane Barrier?
It's the mask.
It has that and the Spell Void.
Right. It's excellent. Again, I keep saying this, but one of my favorite cards from Compendium, which gave us a bunch of new options for equipment in the Sage format. Here, Arjun, I was mentioning earlier, needs to present pressure really on B. A handful of blues is not going to do that. And as bad as it feels to just trade a nip at your hit deals for, I was going to say for 1 value, it's for 0 now. Sort of priced into that.
Eesh.
At least playing, again, Arjun, another Ira player who appears to not be playing looking for scrap. So no need to play those 1-cost blues, can play the 2-cost attacks like Luster Fist.
Now, if an all-blue hand already looks bad, you have to factor in the possibility that Arjun now has of drawing an all-red hand further on down the line. Luckily, they haven't found it here. There's 2 blues and 2 reds, which is usually where Ira wants to be. But B Getting some life gain done. Harvest Season pops, gains 3 life. Another one is established in its place alongside a Scepter of Pain. These hands are lining up so well for B.
Yeah, and here, Arjun, I think his hand does not fully convert. He does have the opportunity to pitch 2 blues to get off a Kadachi flying kick line. Went to go, pitching the chest puff in order to effectuate that plan, it seems. Of course, when you're pitching on the 2 Scepter on the opponent's turn, there's really not a difference between a blue and a red.
Exactly. Harmonized Kadachi the first coming in for 1 go again. Going to be happening just about every single turn cycle until the penultimate one if B has their way.
It's typically annoying for defensive decks to play around Kadachis, given that they're so small and they poke at you over turn after turn. Florian, one of the best at dealing with them because, well, one, the boots will carry over and have prevention effects on the Kadachis, but also because of the amount of life gain. We've already seen 2 Harvest Seasons.
And gosh, B looks really comfortable in this spot. I think they definitely have reps into Ira or a lot of other decks like her.
Yeah, and Ira, as sort of smooth as the play lines can be with Ira, ultimately a pretty predictable deck in terms of what you're trying to do within reason. And yeah, sure enough, following it up with a flying kick for 6. I'm sorry, 7. Yeah, that's right. Big number.
Because, of course, Flying Kick comes in at a base power of 5, gets +2 if it's played as Chain Link 3 or higher. So Arjun not 100% efficient with his resources, but ultimately, this is still not a bad chain. It is 10 damage for 3 cards. Ain't too shabby. B, now finally converting some cards on defense. The first is a yellow Rootbound Carapace, and I believe they have the sauce to be able to decompose a second time if, of course, it's another Rootbound Carapace, but no, just a reduced to Rune Chant. Not online with Florian's hero ability as of yet, so it's just another Rune Chant generated there, up to a total of 4 with a Harvest Season ready to pop. B. Budnick back on the affirmative with 19 life currently, soon to be 22 again.
Yeah, it seems like we're in for a long one here, Bryce, or as long as Silver Age games get, but be very quickly or very soon, I think probably this turn going to turn online and be able to start doubling up those rune chants to get to this huge stack that even somebody playing as many blue Zyra is probably going to be unable to totally cover.
Now, Patrick, if you are in fertile ground, adding a little bit of life gain insult to injury after B already gains 3 from Harvest Season. Then followed it up with a Fertile Ground, which I believe is just gaining 2 here. The requisite Earth cards are not yet available in the Banish. Still extra value, extra insulation from damage for B. Budnick, who requires a life total update. We'll get that sorted in just moments here, folks. Just remember that they are at 24 to Arjun Garg's 20, and now Harmonized Kadachi for 5 on the combat chain.
5, a good number against Florian. It'll go over those D-reacts that are typically blocking for 4. And to totally cover would essentially require 2 cards. So, not a lot of retrieve effects as we talked about in Ira. So basically just a 0 for 4 effective use of this card.
Now, I breathed a sigh of, I guess, relief or despair, depending on who you're rooting for, because B has found a copy of Weeping Battleground. And with auras in the bin that are both auras and earth, all of a sudden Florian is online, and an extra ping of arcane damage comes Arjun's way, who does have the resources to shore it up. So when all is said and done, 1 floating and 2 damage leaks across the line. B. Budnick now down to 22 once again.
Yeah, and here, interesting, it's a little hard to tell with the sleeve color Arjun has chosen. I think there's 1 card in hand left and 1 in arsenal. Just a Feign Venge. Not forced to attack with another blue here. No reason here for B to block this, as that would allow Arjun to draw a card.
Really nasty stuff. When the follow-up is Sound the Alarm, B must reveal their hand. And Chorus of Rotwood is there. But no attack reaction, so Arjun Garg is not able to fetch a defense reaction. I don't think he would choose to, even if he was packing them in the deck ultimately.
Yeah, unlikely so. Maybe just opting to do the shuffle to the extent there was one, just to mix up some blues that are at the bottom of the deck. Not the case here in any case.
No, this card is ultimately just here for the stat lines. 1 cost 5 power is something that Ira really likes to play because it lines up very conveniently with 2 Harmonized Kadachis, wouldn't you know it?
And Argent in Arsenal having I believe that was a pouncing key, which is another one of the blues. Sort of one power, 0 cost blues. Likely, I'm going to go ahead and guess Argent won't use that until he finally chooses to pop his pouncy balls and play out a Crouching Tiger.
Oh, it was a blue pouncing chi?
I didn't see the color, but almost exclusively is it played in blue in Ira
Interesting.
decks. Of course, he could be on some spice and have it in red as well, but that's just my guess.
2 damage finds home. B. Budnik now down to 19 after Sound the Alarm does a little bit of dirty work in terms of damage. And now Arjun has bought his first real life lead in the game. Yes, he was ahead by 1 a second before Harvest Season popped, but all of a sudden, B. Budnik really accelerating their stack game plan here. Chorus of Rotwood, the first, is resolved here. This one from hand, not yet utilizing the Plume of Evergrowth, Garland of Spring combo. But because Florian is online, it's 2 Embodiments of Earth and, of course, 4 Rune Chants.
Yeah, so no attacks here from B. Maybe obvious at this point. So no opportunity for Arjun to be able to create a Tiger on the block with Tiger Eye Reflex. So likely going to just be committed to the pitch eventually.
Which is, you might think, well, okay, a yellow non-attacking card is not terrible for Ira, but you have to remember that it doesn't have a cost. So it would not give go again to Harmonized Kodachi. It's entirely possible that Tiger Eye Reflex could bite Arjun Garg right in the tail ultimately, but for now, because he's just keeping so many cards every single turn, a little insulated from that.
And again, another Feign Vengeance. I mean, it basically makes it unblockable, sending in Feign Vengeance for 1, but you really don't want to be trading a whole card from hand for just 1 value.
Yeah.
I mean, not even really 1 value because it's Ira's ability providing the value. Just, I guess, a bit of evasiveness.
Harmonized Kodachi the second coming in like the chain links before it for 1 go again. B finally thumbing a defensive card, and it was from Arsenal. So that might tell something to Arjun about what he could expect on the next chain link. In this case, it is a Look Tough coming in for a whopping 7. Not able to pay that extra resource, so its base power will be reduced from 8 down to 7.
At the very least, Arjun being able to refresh that Tiger Eye Reflex out of his hand. Not doing very much in this matchup. Again, we have not seen any attacks from B, and it may very well be the plan to just never do so until the stack has been fully lifted up. I mean, surely there is at least 1 or 2 in there.
And while B's decomposition game plan, I think, was faster than Jacob Johnson's earlier in the day, I think B's stack plan is a little bit slower. And ultimately, that might be a deck building decision not to include as many lower value rune chant generators, I suppose. I haven't seen a copy of Read the Runes, for example, from B as of yet.
It could also be a matchup choice. I mean, Ira presents far less pressure than KO does turn to turn. It was, a riskier line earlier to allow a KO a chance to sort of clean up before sending your rune chant stack. Here, absent some sort of high roll, I think unlikely for Ira to be able to match that.
Boy, howdy. And because Arjun has tapped out, unable to block the 1 arcane damage from Sigil of Suffering, so 5 value generated on that single card. And then also a reduced to Rune Chant getting 5 value as well, even though it comes in the yellow variety, because of course it generates 2 Rune Chant tokens now instead of the normal 1. And it's a Fruits of the Forest discarded for B. Budnik, who is now, I believe, back up to 20, unless we have already updated the life totals.
I think you're right about 20. Following up with the Scepter Ping. Yes, yeah. Like, why not send a red at that point?
Why not, indeed? Especially when your pitch stack is likely full of blues. Those Look Toughs and Chest Puffs in the pitch cycle mean extra juice down the line when Arjun really needs to pressure B and rip enough cards away so that they can't send an attack action card and pop all those rune chants.
Yeah, for a second there, I was a little worried that Arjun had all reds in hand. Fortunately not going to be able to. This is actually closer to the sort of pressure that he needs to be presenting in order to do some damage to B's huge life total. And again, 5, a good number to be sending in your attacks for against Florian.
Now, Patrick, I think in a lot of cases, Ira as a mid-range deck is not usually seen as like the answer to fatigue or a deck that just wants to block you out a lot. Not that B is going for a fatigue slanted game plan, but in this case, you really got to leak damage through fast and well. Like, what are the quintessential cards or combos that allow Ira to get there?
I think it is exactly like this. I think it's a red followed by a blue followed by 2 red attacks to be able. I mean, we see here for the first time, B was threatened enough to have to give up their beckoning haunts, and now Arjun following it up with potential disruption and smash up. I don't know how likely it is that B has an attack action there. It could be that B has parked the attack action that would send the entire Rune Chant stack, and if so, this is a very effective attack. Oh, not the case. And again, unfortunately, Smash Up sort of a lot of times just going to be textless against Florian. But essentially, Bryce, I don't think your usual sort of plan into a more fatiguey game style of just sort of efficiency, Kodachis to close it out is going to work here. It's just not enough damage.
1 of 2 Chorus of Rotwoods make their way into the Banished Zone to pay for the decomposed cost of Rootbound Carapace. The other, I tend to think, is destined for a Plume of Evergrowth, Garland of Spring combo. With 1 blue, B has, and 2 pieces of equipment, B has the opportunity to recur that non-attack action from the graveyard. But now staring down the barrel of a blue Amplify the Arknight, Runeblood Incantation, and I can't quite make out that third card.
There's a bit of whack-a-mole going on here.
It's a Read the Runes.
Yeah.
So I'm wrong. It's in the deck.
And choosing to pitch the Amplify the Arknight, and you have to imagine that's one of what seems like very few ways to send the stack forward. But this game will go long, so the opportunity that I'm going to go ahead and venture will make the Amplify the Arknight will return.
I'm going to guess that the number of people B has killed with that Amplify the Arknight, 1 or 2 that are in the deck, is somewhere around 6, because I think they've won 6 games at this point.
And we do see a red pouncing key, Bryce. That's not something I'm accustomed to seeing. And it sort of makes sense. I mean, the blue is less good in a deck that is not playing Looking for Scrap. In that pouncing key is probably the best Looking for Scrap blue that Ira typically has access to.
So there's some pretty significant setup. 6 effective Rune Chants are now on the board, in addition to the 10 for B. Budnik. But now, Arjun Garg, yes, the bill for those all blue hands is now coming. It was all reds all the time, and it's first a Growl out of the hand, a 0 cost for Arjun Garg, blocked swiftly by an Autumn's Touch, but I think that's in a different language because that is a lot of words for Autumn's Touch.
Yeah. Italian, I'm going to guess.
I'm not even going to guess.
Yeah. Actually, I don't even know if Italian was available for Aria. Anyway, we've reached the point where Arjun is going to go ahead and cash in that pouncing pause to get his Crouching Tiger, likely desiring both, 1, to use the pouncing key in his arsenal, and pop the Blood Scent to gain another resource because he's got a full red hand.
Reduced to Rune Chant blocks out this Crouching Tiger for 4 in its entirety. Pouncing Chi, the follow-up from the arsenal for Go Again.
Yes.
So it's 2 copies in the deck for Arjun Garg after the second goes to the bottom of the deck to pay for a ping of Scepter of Pain. Now, we haven't seen a copy of the other Crouching Tiger payoff. That, of course, is Chi Unleashed. What do you think about this include rather than that ultimately 2 for 7?
Given the other choices, you basically, Ira, you have choices between cards that are not that functionally different or, take up the same slot. Here, Arjun going with red Flying Kick. I guess you could also have room for Chi Unleash. I'm going to guess there's another 2 cost in here that's taking up the spot that would otherwise go to Chi Unleash. I think it's, and then choosing Pouncing Key for the chain extender that might be in the slot of, I don't know, like man.
Something.
When the dagger hits, it gets +1 and
Oh,
go.
cut through.
Cut through, thank you.
But you got to hand it to Arjun. I mean, he finally found that all red hand, and maybe that's not the last one we'll see, but he certainly had a plan for bailing himself out. I think this is a board state that he has found himself in a couple of times, but he's not all too happy looking down the shotgun stack of Rune Chants that B now has at 18.
And heads up of Arjun 2 Arsenal, a up 6 and run, in that it's a card that's going to convert for 4 value no matter what your hand looks like. So, assuming you kept a hand. So,
but it does so at its best when, of course, you can pair it with a blue.
Right, exactly.
So, makes a lot of sense here. This Kodachi coming in for 5. And we didn't mention it, folks, but B did establish yet another copy of Runeblood Incantation. So they are up on a stage and singing about purple circles. There's no question about that. Every single turn that elapses for the next 2, B will generate, 4 Rune Chant tokens, Patrick.
But B is on no arsenal and down to 10, which isn't that low, but it's half of their starting life total. So or if Arjun can have a very aggressive turn here, which this is a good start to an aggressive turn, blue pitch, 5, go again, it's very possible that Arjun will be able to assert enough pressure that maybe, just maybe, he can get B down to 0 before one of those attack actions comes back up in the cycle.
Now, I will say, Florian, especially in the early game, just even when the stack plan was utilized in Classic Constructed, Florian just felt like an impenetrable fortress if you are the player that is trying to beat them down before they're able to stack you to death. In this case, once we hit the mid game and, dare I say, the beginning of the late game in Silver Age, those little points do add up here and there, and we see the power of Harmonized Kodachi ultimately on full display.
Yeah, and here Arjun's showing why 5 is such an important breakpoint for Ira attacks into Florian, making it essentially that B has these 4 blocks in hand, not a clean way to completely cover up 5, so at least leaking 1 damage through.
Great, so what you're saying is we just need to do that 9 more times.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Is that hard?
Well, B just made it a little bit easier, down to 7 now after accepting all of the damage from the second Harmonized Kodachi, which is, of course, buffed up by 1 thanks to Ira's hero ability. And the coup de grace of the turn, of course, is a Bluster buff. Coming in for 6, Arjun choosing to not save the Sound the Alarm for the arsenal, instead just pay an additional 1 in order to get this sucker up a little bit higher.
Well, Arjun kept, it looked like a Torrent of Tempo in hand. Could have sent a Torrent of Tempo instead of Blistering Blade to try to be greedy because of Torrent Tempo hit. He would have been able to follow up with the Sound the Alarm. I think that's Torrent of Tempo.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even see the card on the table right there.
But I think making the heads-up play that a Torrent of Tempo is very unlikely to be hitting, given the way this game is going, and deciding I'll just take my guaranteed 6 value over my 5. That won't matter.
And B hucks their final 2 of their 3 final cards in front of the Bluster buff, saving as much life as humanly possible. But Arjun did push that peanut forward a little bit, got 3 damage in there when B was at 10. And now 2 verse counters dissolve into the wind and leave behind 4 Rune Chant tokens.
Just a light 4 Rune Chants at the start of your turn for the next 2. Well, I guess this turn and the next turn, but.
And I should mention that I caught a glimpse of the hand. I'm pretty darn sure B arsenaled a Sigil of Suffering. So the defensive onslaught, shall we call it, continues against Arjun Garg.
Gotcha for 1. B not yet at the point where they have to be respecting, I think, the Kodachi at least for 1. Maybe it's a different story if Arjun decides to send a Kodachi for 2 here, which he does.
And man, as we inch towards the late game, Well Grounded looks like worth its weight in gold, ultimately. Those are some serious kicks when you are facing down eventual Kodachi lock.
Yeah. B going through their life gain pretty early in this game. I don't know how many effects are left. I think both blue Fruits of the Forest are gone. Both Harvest Seasons are gone. So it may just be the well-grounded insulating B from getting down to Kodachi level.
Okay, Harmonized Kodachi the second is blocked out by a Red Autumn's Touch. The follow-up, Growl, 3 go again. Another head jab cosplayer is met with a Weeping Battleground, which banishes Sigil of Sylphidae from the graveyard, sending 1 arcane damage Arjun Garg's way.
I don't think you can. If I know Arjun's hand, I think there's a 1 cost 5 in hand and a 1 cost 5 in arsenal. Again, these sleeves are camouflaging really well in this beautiful MinMaxGames playmat. I don't think you.
Does he have anything in hand? Oh, he does.
Yeah, I don't think you arcane barrier. It's not like Sigil of Suffering, where by preventing one you are also depriving them of a block value. So, oh no, it's a flying kick. Okay.
And that makes a lot more sense. Here comes 7 damage. Flying kick has been played at chain link 3 or higher, and now B in the tank a bit. Head on hands, they must consider this chain link a little bit more carefully. In the hand, Whoa, that is fast card flicking, ladies and gentlemen. I defy anybody to catch what cards those are. Read the runes and amplify the Arcane.
Okay. Well, can't think that B wants to be sending the Amplify. Maybe thinking if next turn is a turn to send the Amplify or to try to wait one more turn to get, another 2 rune chance from the last Revel and Rune.
We do know there's one more left in the pitch stack. So B does have the ability to send one of those amplifies on blocking duty. In this case, Sigil of Suffering is going to get it done, especially because it's going to get that full 5 value, 4 on defense, 1 on offense, because there's no resources left floating for Arjun Guard.
Yeah, one of the power cards of this format, I would say, along with Pummel and Snatch in Sigil of Suffering. A nice little 0 for 5 in every friendly Rune Blade in the format.
Okay, now it's 26 rune chance here. Oh, excuse me, 30 rune chance after Read the Runes does its dirty work.
Yeah, this feels like Arjun's last turn to try to present lethal to, I guess not even lethal. You have to end the game here because Amplify the Arcanine is coming.
It's in the arsenal, and Amplify the Arcanine, of course, is ultimately going to cost 0 for B. Budnik because it normally costs 3 and is discounted by the number of rune chance you control, which, as I mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, is 30.
Wow. What was that again?
It was 30.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
You didn't hear it?
No, I actually didn't. 30, yeah. So it's even with a full 12, that's even if you were to AB 12, not quite enough to survive there. So Arjun is going to be in some trouble unless he's able to put something together here.
And yikes, B is making Well-Grounded look even better than I had mentioned earlier. It's 1 prevention on this Harmonized Kodachi, 1 floating here for Bittering Thorns, which Ira might just leak through, but no, B says instead, I'll give you 5 here.
Yep. And I wonder if alarm bells are going off for Arjun at this point in terms of when it's coming, when the full stack is coming.
He's got to know it soon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like and B taking 1 there, and yeah, it's going to end on 5. I think
I like this.
it is good. I think B just has to block it out because then even you're not there's nothing that Arjun could have that would end the game on the spot. A Razor Reflex would take B down to just 1, but you're fine with that given your follow-up. So I think the only way B really gets punished is by letting some of this leak through, Turn of Tempo getting go again, and then and then a 1-card follow-up.
B has also seen every card in Arjun's deck. There's no way for him to sync cards away. Sync below is not in the format, and also Ira just doesn't have the ability in her card suite, her card pool, ultimately to do that. So I do think alarm bells should be ringing for B. You don't want to bank on the last card in Arjun's hand being like a 2-cost or an inane 0-cost. I just think you want to block this out.
Could be, you could have shuffled with Sound the Alarm, Bryce. He didn't, but he could have.
B is forced to pop Plume of Evergrowth, though, at instant speed because that Sigil of Earth that paid for it only blocked 2, much like the Fruits of the Forest in the hand. So that headpiece not generating a boatload more Runechant tokens, but still mighty useful in this case.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly what would be needed. Having 1, it was a 2-block, right? Yeah, so seeing that the need to block out that Torn of Tempo on this turn and just insulate from the very low chance that B had to lose this game in light of the board state.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mordred Tide hasn't been resolved, but this Tide of Runechants is looking exactly Mordred. It's 32 on top of 4, and Arjun Garg just doesn't have the sauce to stay alive. B. Budnik, with Florian in hand, proceeds into the semifinal round here at the Min-Max Battleground. Silver Age all day.
Some expert showing by B there. Actually, looking a little Florian-esque. I think it's. I think we didn't get very many in this field. Only got 1 in the top 8, but I think showing exactly why so many people are putting Florian at the top of their lists of meta contenders alongside KO and Kano.
And the real question for everybody at home or those proceeding to Pro Tour Yokohama is how many KOs did B have to deal with today? You would have to imagine it was at least 1 or 2 based on representation alone.
Yes, and seeming, we saw it on stream. We saw 1, and
it wasn't doomed.
Not at all. It seemed actually quite favored, at least the way the cards were lining up there. Definitely feels like Ira is one that would be a little bit more comfortable than KO would be, and it's we have a potential chance that B will again face a KO, depending on how some of the other matchups went in this top 8.
Definitely. And the one KO in our top 8, of course, the bracket of which I will reference here, was up against Kano. So we know one answer. It was B. Budnik who takes it down. However, Rob Solis, the sole KO, will go up against B, and we'll see if they have the sauce on Florian to take down the major meta contender. Besides that, we have one more answer. Jeremy Stowe, as I mentioned earlier, does take down Oldham there, who in the 5th seed does find themselves kind of cursed going into this top 8 bracket. But it is what it is. Yasunari Sakuma really has done well to make it to the top 8 here and is going to get their share of that $5,000 grand prize. Tim Wong versus Devin McAtee. Both players that we have seen on stream earlier today continue the onslaught. Do you have any guesses as to who's going to take that one?
I think I would guess that's Tim's to lose. Sorry, you're talking about the Icelander Valda matchup?
Correct, yeah.
That's Tim's to lose. But again, I've seen Devin play Valda at a very high level, taking lines that I did not foresee. So I would not bet against Devin again. I've done it once to my detriment. But got to feel like things are sort of forming up well for B. Budnik here, getting an Ira round 1, dodging these terrifying wizards.
Massive commendations to all of our top 8 competitors, and thanks to all 78 who showed up for this first weekend of Battlegrounds. Patrick, you and I have one going on in our local scene today, mind you, and it is a very exciting time, not just for a burgeoning scene of players coming into the game thanks to the new Silver Age format, but for the rest of us at large, because Battlegrounds are all about re-enfranchising, especially the lower ends of the prize pool. So it's been a successful weekend so far, I think, from LSS's standpoint.
Absolutely. A lot of energy in the local scene for these big events, these, I believe, tier 2 events, with these huge prize structures. And as we've mentioned earlier, these awesome tournament packs, a lot of hype around them. I'm trying to get my hands on one of these eventually. And hopefully, at the very least, even if those players go out there and doesn't break their way, they open something pretty sweet in those.
So thank you once again to LSS for changing this tournament structure and giving the people what they want. And also, thank you so much to the tournament organizer today, MinMaxGames. If you want to see more from us, we encourage you to follow us at our socials. You can see Facebook and Instagram is going to be at MinMaxGames LLC. On X, we will be at MinMaxGames1. And YouTube, of course, because you're here right now watching the stream. That's at MinMaxGames Official. Please go ahead and like the video and smash that subscribe button, because we do stream from time to time. And if Battlegrounds are any indication, hopefully they'll keep coming our way and we'll get to show you more fantastic flesh and blood. And speaking of which, Patrick, I think we have a semifinal match to get to in short order. We, of course, have to let the Icelander match finish up. But bottom line, there's going to be more wizardry afoot and more flesh and blood to be played. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Bryce Platts and Patrick are back here at the Silver Age Battleground, hosted by MinMaxGames in Illinois. And we are off to see the Wiz once again, Patrick, because we are going to see a Kano Icelander kind of rematch. It's a different Kano player in this case, but it is still our illustrious coming into the top 8 X&1 Icelander, going to be showing us if the Aetherstorm Wellingtons are in their favor or that of their opponent. We'll find out in mere moments. But first, a quick update on our top 8 bracket. I've already mentioned that our feature match is going to be Kano versus Icelander. This time, Tim Wong takes on Jeremy Stowe, the 4th seed. And then B. Budnik must put their rune chance where their mouth is against Rob Solis on KOB. during the break, we reviewed their previous pairings and did take down one KO earlier on in the day, but no, did not have to go up against that many and earn their salt ultimately against the big bad of the meta. So the question is, will a 7th seed be able to take down the overwhelming force of B. Budnik, who has probably killed, or resolved, 6 Amplify the Arknights and therefore killed 6 opponents today?
Something like that. You have to think that B has a plan into KO. I mean, everybody in the room presumably has a plan into KO. So will be interesting to see if B can effectuate that plan again one more time, has only gotten one chance, as you mentioned, and earn their way into the final to, well, face what is deterministically going to be a Wizard.
Deterministically, indeed, the flavor of Wizard, however, is definitely going to be laid bare before our very eyes. And so let's stop talking about it, Patrick. Let's go ahead and be about it, ladies and gentlemen. We're back down to the feature match area where Tim Wong takes on Jeremy Stowe, Icelander versus Kano, a match that is so skill intensive, at least it was back in its day in CC. It's one that Wizard players abound, from Caleb Majanbay Van Patten to Pankish Bajwani, held in high regard.
And here, once again, Tim finding himself winning the AB stack race, or I guess, comparison into a Kano, presenting it still AB5, as opposed to Jeremy's AB4. So Jeremy opting to have the talismanic lens in lieu of Null Runehud, but will have to be careful for putting himself in a position to be hit with an extra frostbite via a frostspike.
Even though Tim Wong is known to send some arcane damage, and this is a Wizard matchup after all, it's physical damage coming in first. Chest Puff going to come in for 7, as Tim is reluctant to pay the extra 1 based on exactly this, an Kano activation, finding a blue Voltic Bolt. Jeremy definitely wants to see what he can find on the top of the deck and see how much arcane damage he can leak through on this turn 0. It does look like total blocks of 6. 1 leaks through. Tim Wong, already in the lead because of base life totals, takes a incrementally bigger lead, and Jeremy Stowe looks to line up a little bit of arcane damage, but the consternation is right on his face.
Yeah, and the question I have, Bryce, is how are we going to know whose turn it is without swapping out these crucibles?
I don't know if that did more harm or good, but we'll just have to keep our senses sharp, Patrick, and see if we can track it for all the good folks at home. Right now, it remains Tim Wong's turn, of course, because of that attack action card on the combat chain, and no arsenal for Tim when all is said and done. And I think that makes sense. Even though Frosting does provide a frostbite, we saw in Tim's previous on-stream match, 1 frostbite is usually not that hard for a Kano to deal with, who usually runs about an equal number of blues and reds.
Right, especially on turn 1, where you haven't used your hand as efficiently as possible on the opponent's last turn, so you're unlikely to be playing on a tight resource curve.
Now, the hand for Jeremy Stowe is almost entirely blue, 1 red to speak of, and I believe it's a Rousing Aether. Not a terrible arsenal target, as long as it can wait for something like a snack back down the line.
And yeah, to your point, no arsenal for Tim here, so no opportunity to really threaten any damage. Not that you would necessarily do so anyway, given the absolute surplus of resources Jeremy likely will have.
It's a Kano activation, finding a blue Scalding Rain. In general, Kano wants to pitch the blues and banish the reds. Unfortunately, Jeremy is 2 for 2 on the weaker of the 2 outcomes.
This really is a lot of blues, Bryce. I know you already said that, but it really is quite remarkable. I don't know I guess Jeremy blocked with quite a few reds on turn 0.
But this is all right here. Even though it is a blue non-attack action card banished for Jeremy, does still have the opportunity to send the Rousing Aether, instead choosing the Photon Splicing. I was going to say that Rousing Aether just needs any form of arcane damage to come after it in order to get its maximum value. In this case, however, it is going to be Photon Splicing. And 1 resource still represented in the pitch means that the Scalding Rain can follow up for 2.
Yeah, really efficient. I was talking about the surplus of resources that Jeremy had. Really efficient use of all of them here. Going to be able to stay on an arsenal while threatening bundle of arcane damage here.
And Tim, who still has himself 5 arcane barrier in the equipment suite, can block this out in its entirety. Looks to be just donating 1 blue to the cause, though. It's a Stir the Aether wins. And the follow-up here, Scalding Rain for 2, excuse me. I said 3 earlier. This one does come in for 2.
And presumably not.
Wait, did I say it? No, I said it right. I don't know what's going on.
I don't remember what you said, Bryce.
Nobody remembers what I said.
Presumably not going to pitch to this just because, or, if it were a blue, you would have arcane barriered 4 on the last one.
And that's always dangerous, right? If you pitch out and go shields down on a Kano's turn, then you essentially let them get a full turn up on you by passing back and having nothing with which to stymie arcane damage. So it's always a risk, and it's going to become so important that Tim leaves some cards up, especially in the latter stages of this game. Jeremy thrown 2 cards down onto the combat chain. I think he's finally found his reds, Patrick, and ultimately they are less useful in the hand.
Yeah, Tim with quite a few attack actions, both in this game and last game we saw, playing some version of, I believe you'd call it a Bullander type list.
Well, he's not the only one doing that. It's Fjendal's Fighting Spirit out of the hand of Jeremy Stowe. Does seem to be cosplaying a Battle Mage as well. So it's an extra point of life gain on attack here for Jeremy. And then 7 damage coming across the line. 14 plays 14 now. And Tim Wong says, hey, that was my game plan.
And Jeremy doing a great job of something that our last Kano couldn't do, which is punish Tim's choice to not play any blocking equipment here. To the extent Tim wants to prevent any of this damage, going to have to do it with cards.
And here they are, Aether Ice Vein, the red, and the second Frosting. Blocking here, all but 1 of that damage. Tim now down to 13, perhaps ready to send a Wounded Bull or a Fjandal's Fighting Spirit of their own, but it doesn't seem to be here, unless, of course, it's in the arsenal. It's a Frostspike and a Stir the Aether Winds in the blue in the hand for Tim Wong. And there it is. Wounded Bull was, of course, in the arsenal. So now coming in for 8 because Tim is 1 life point behind Jeremy Stowe. Now, Frostspike going to the arsenal is interesting here. Usually what you want to do with Frostspike, though, is create 2 Frostbite tokens for your opponent. As it stands now, Jeremy still has all of his equipment.
Yeah, but nonetheless, really clean line here for Tim, getting full value with nice 2-card 8, while still, at the very least, being able to do some damage on the opponent's turn, which he has not been able to do thus far in this game.
Ugh, is that a block of 2 Cindering Foresights, Patrick?
It looks to be, Bryce.
Oh, that's devastating for Kano. That is one of the... on its face, it looks like a fairly innocuous card. I'm getting some information. I'm getting literally 1 real value out of this card when I resolve it. But that is what is responsible so often for setting up the big boom Kano turns that can steal games out from under an opponent's nose. In this case, only blocking for 2 each. But it's a Fjandal's Fighting Spirit in as many... The second Fjandal's Fighting Spirit in as many turns for Jeremy Stowe. So back up to 10 he goes and threatens 7 from Tim Wong.
Am I wrong, or have the last 4 attacks all been physical damage?
100%. You're right.
So this is a bit of a slogging. I feel like I'm playing like Heavy Hitters Limited or something, as opposed to seeing a true whiz-off. But I'm sure we will get there very shortly.
We will definitely get there, Patrick. This is just stage setting for both of these players. Ultimately, it is going to be a large crackle of arcane damage that is going to end this game.
Tim here, not... very. It seems to me unlikely to use the Frostbite he's got in Arsenal here. There's obviously no upside to giving a Frostbite, as Jeremy's turn will end once this attack resolves.
Which does make things a little bit complicated for Tim.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Tim has the line of blocking with 2 cards from him and then just sending a 2-card 7 right back, which has been the way this game has been going. Of course, that would leave Tim with no cards in hand. Which I'm sure will absolutely delight his Kano opponent.
And I think the deliberation for Tim here is he's not going to get any extra value out of sending Fjandal's Fighting Spirit. It's going to be a 2-card 7 rather than a 2-card 8, whether he blocks with it or attacks with it. Oh, unless he's thumbing both of his reds? This is a curious choice here for me. For my money, yes, I feel like we want to do this. Block with the blue Voltic Bolt and the Chest Puff because both block for 3. Only take 1 damage and then send a cheeky 2-card 7.
Yep.
No, it's not max value, but it is still playing the game that Icelander wants to play a little better than her opponent.
Right. And again, the moment Tim plays this attack, which he's very much signaling he will, Bryce, that will make it how many attacks in a row?
5, baby.
5. No arcane spell to be seen here. This is actually a Guardian Mirror.
We're in the battle section of this game. The mage section is sure to follow.
Well, I love a Guardian Mirror. So again, Tim, no cards in hand.
Tim really thumbing his chin right there, perhaps thinking it might have been a little bit greedy to go down to shields down ultimately when my opponent has so, and that's the power of Kano. I have seen Kano combos deal more damage than 12 in this situation in my day, Patrick.
That was going to be my question, whether you thought, how likely do you think that is to occur here?
It
seems
depends
very
on
unlikely
the
to me.
hand. Well, the Talismanic Lens is still there. It depends on the number of blues in the hand for Jeremy Stowe and what he finds on top. I see a blue Timekeeper's Whim. There's a red Voltic Bolt, red Aether Quickening, and a yellow Emeritus Scolding. So based on the resources available, I don't think it's super likely on this turn.
At the very least, it seems like based on that hand texture, this will be the end of our chain of big, staggering physical attacks that we've managed to accumulate thus far in this game.
Listen, I think Tim will want to continue that onslaught if he can draw it up that way. Time will tell if that will be the case. But for now, I think the consideration for Jeremy is, do I pop my Talismanic Lens and see what I can find? The answer seems to be no, and I think that makes sense. Because with only, 7 resources in the hand, that's just not enough for all you need to do with Kano.
And he also knows that Tim is on an arsenal, too. So if to the extent that's a Frostspike, presumably Jeremy knows about Frostspike, he'd be opening himself to quite a bit of risk.
Ultimately, when you're playing against Icelander, you must consider any line with an additional Frostbite. For now, it's a red Voltic Bolt for Jeremy Stowe. Interesting, not paying into Crucible of Aetherweave here, which is some information for Tim. Could be that there is a snapback in the arsenal, and if Tim deploys the Frostspike, all of a sudden, Jeremy Stowe will be very sad not to have gotten 1 extra value off of the Crucible.
Yeah. Or, well, I mean, alternatively, then Jeremy could just pitch the Arcane Barrier on the Frostspike, so not a complete loss.
Or wait, actually, he can just respond with the snapback now that I think about it. Unless, of course...
Doubly fine.
Yeah.
Maybe just keeping this back in case, deciding the protection, being able to pitch the Arcane Barrier is more important than the extra 1 damage you would have otherwise gotten from Crucible.
Yeah, snapback does read if you have played, not if you control or something to that effect. So Jeremy will still be able to play out a snapback if it is indeed in the arsenal. Tim accepts some of the damage from Voltic Bolt, proceeds down to 10 life. Doesn't seem to be a snapback, so makes me wonder, why the heck didn't we send Crucible of Aetherweave, do you think?
I think just making the value decision, he was a little afraid that Tim was going to try to do some shenanigans on his turn. Tim is still on an arsenal. And, keeping 1 damage again, sort of the implied or potential value of the 1 Arcane Barrier there may be more important than the 1 offensive value to him, given the game state.
You know what I think?
What do you think?
Could potentially be thinking, well, if he ABs 3 here and I buff it by 1, then he goes down to 1 below me, which could be bad for a Wounded Bull or a Fandal's Fighting Spirit. I don't know. Maybe that is too many head games, but either way, Tim is responding with a Voltic Bolt in kind. This one, however, is beefed up by Crucible of Aetherweave.
Yeah, and presumably Tim can do something with this other card in hand, right? Because otherwise, no, Tim is keeping it as a prophylactic in case Jeremy decides to try to pop off on his own turn.
Did you just say prophylactic?
I did.
This is a family show. 6 arcane damage coming Jeremy Stowe's way, who does finally find a copy of Snapback, but it's come in doubles, which is not ideal for the hand, ultimately. There's also the second copy of Yellow Emeritus Scolding, and I want to say a blue.
Those Snapbacks, at least one of them has to be blue, right? So, because we've seen the other red. So, a little hard to see Jeremy with his very
I don't
fancy.
think they run blue snapbacks. We haven't seen it. I was just thinking it might be in the arsenal.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I was just trying to use what little I know about Kano to figure out the play line.
Well, I think you know a lot about Kano.
Oh, dear diary. Thank you, Ben. You've given me way too many compliments.
Jeremy here, going to keep 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, only choosing to prevent 2 off of his arcane barrier, and going to start his turn here.
Rousing Aether here out of the hand of Jeremy Stowe. This one will give an extra beef to any arcane damage that comes after, which thankfully for Jeremy Stowe, he has found a copy of Snapback here. Now Tim might be interested in deploying that Frost Spike again.
Those are 2 snapbacks in hand, right?
Those are
we've
2
already established that?
snapbacks in hand. If Tim deploys the Frost Spike, I'm pretty darn sure that Jeremy will be able to respond with snapback from hand, but it wouldn't get the extra beef of arcane damage from Rousing Aether because Rousing Aether wouldn't have resolved yet.
Mm-hmm.
So even though Tim can't really stop what Jeremy wants to do, he would be able to stymie 1 value out of his opponent.
Tim here, having to think. I mean, we're getting to the point where it's going to be arcane damage, arcane damage chicanery on the, has my opponent expended all of their resources for the turn such that I can just, clean up. So no more big towering attacks. It's all head games from here, Bryce.
Head games are what these players need to figure out in order to find a victory. And I will apologize for my previous comments about the Crucible activation for Jeremy. I did think that you could respond to your own non-attack action card with Crucible of Aetherweave in order to still, like do a Volzar cosplay in order to still get that beef. The way it reads is once per turn instant, the next card you play this turn with arcane damage deals that much +1. So I don't believe you'd be able to resolve the card, let the Frostbite go on the stack, and then resolve Crucible of Aetherweave.
I thought you were asking why you didn't just do it first.
Yeah, and we wouldn't want to do that because that plays into a Frostbite token, of course.
Right.
So a little correction there. Jeremy certainly knows the interactions of his cards better than I.
Tim, down to 6 with the snapback coming in. Getting pretty low here. I mean, you have to imagine Tim will choose to respect this tall arcane spell.
4 is a frightening thing, especially if you are in the omniscient seat like we are and know that another snapback is being placed into the arsenal.
Yeah, Tim opting not to use the Frost Spike from Arsenal there. Maybe, in retrospect, I guess to your point, snapback could have just been responded with. So not a great way to play around it.
Oh, and it's 2 reds in the pitch zone for Tim Wong. 2 Colors of Aria, only blocking 2 arcane on that 4. Down to 4 goes Tim. It's not looking great for Icelander here, especially if he's planning on tapping out to send this look tough. If Jeremy finds some blues, we know that he's got a snapback locked and loaded. And if Tim taps out, yikes. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this.
Do you think Jeremy is seeing dollar signs when he sees the 2 reds being pitched?
I think he definitely is, which is exactly why I think Tim just passed priority, and Jeremy says, I'll take a look at the top of the deck with my Talismanic Lens. And that is 2 cards, Photon Splicing and Blue Emeritus Scolding. And it's a look at the hand. I want to say it's all blues, baby. All blues means all gas when it comes to Kano.
I got to tell you, Bryce, you really are excellent at seeing those cards at the top. I had no idea what that was from that angle.
It's Kano activation. Response, Frost Spike. Going to create not 1, but 2 now Frostbite tokens now that Talismanic Lens has gone into the graveyard.
Isn't it? But it's Tim's turn still, right?
It is Tim's turn.
So
Oh, you're right. So it's only 1 Frostbite for the headpiece. Yep. Which is exactly why Jeremy Stowe was reading the Icelander card. Maybe I should do the same. So 1 extra resource is going to be needed for Jeremy to get through this turn. Photon Splicing in the red found, but man, he has a lot of resources here. So Crucible is going to cost 2, Photon Splicing 1. So now the Frostbite has been paid for. There we go, Jeremy. No resources floating, and 5 arcane on the stack.
Tim, I think in a bit of a I'm in danger sort of position here. Maybe, there's no world where you're not. Obviously, you need to pitch at minimum the blue here, but maybe considering whether it's even worth trying to keep the look tough for the Arsenal. We know that's
Yeah.
the writing is maybe a bit on the wall here.
I mean, the best you can hope for is to make Jeremy blink and reorder the way he would do things in case it's a blue. But the thing about Silver Age Kano is it's much less dependent on snowballing arcane damage, so the order of things doesn't matter as much. But here we go. Spellfire Cloak activated. Snap back coming out of the hand. And Tim is attempting again to pop that Spellfire Cloak, which he can't technically do, which is because it's on his turn. And yep, Jeremy catches it here. And the fist bump is extended. Jeremy still with 2 cards in hand finds his opponent at 0 life points. And it could have been even more crackling Aether Fire, but in this case, Kano reigns supreme in the Wizard face-off.
Yeah, and Jeremy catching the Spellfire Cloak there says, hey, I know that card. I play it too. So excellently well played by Jeremy there in the final resolve of this tournament.
Without a doubt. And there is going to be a Wizard in the finals. It's going to be Kano, much like calling San Diego, and several showdowns, I think, at this point. So will Kano continue to reign supreme, or will it be the hands of B. Budnik or our solo KO player to take this one down? We'll review our top 8 bracket real quick before we go to a break. I wonder if we're waiting for more matches to finish up. We know the answer to one of them. It's Jeremy Stowe in the finals. And yes, our 6th and 7th seed, Babe Budnik and Rob Solis, are still duking it out in the semifinal match. So our final pairing is still a mystery to us. And we are going to let you live in oblivion, much like us, as we go to break. And we will be announcing our finalists in short order. Before we go, ladies and gentlemen, do have to mention one more time that the tournament organizer today, MinMaxGames, does have Omens of the Third Age available for pre-order. And I made a mistake earlier, folks. You don't want to go to the URL. That's www.minmaxgamesfab.com. There is a different URL. What you're looking for is www.minmaxgames. That's where you can go ahead and find the pre-order of Omens of the Third Age sealed product. It is there. I have confirmed once and for all. So get over to MinMaxGames and get your juicy cardboard before it's even available to the masses. Patrick, you going to pick up a box or what?
Absolutely. I need my Ziggy cards, Bryce. You know that.
Wow, you're going to follow the tide this time around, huh?
I'm a follower, if nothing else.
I think you swim against the tide, my friend, if I were to be so bold. You're definitely not picking up Victor. I know that.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing up my arch nemesis on the stream in front of everybody.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. You beat me earlier. We had a little match while we were during the break, and my test of iron grips were just not enough to clinch it away from Ira.
Yep, well, skill issue.
Yep, there's no doubt about that. Okay, folks, we're going to be back, of course, with more wizard shenanigans, maybe a mandible claw, maybe some rune chants, but bottom line, more flesh and blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Well, folks, the second chapter of the Whiz Off this time goes in the favor of Kano. Icelander is waving goodbye as she steps from the main stage and off to grab a little bit of prize money, some extra goodies as well, and by no means making her shameful exit from the tournament. But that means only 2 remain. Bryce Platt back with Patrick R. here at the Min-Max Battlegrounds, which has been Silver Age all day. Here is our top 8 bracket, the final one that you're going to see for the remainder of the day. And it's Jeremy Stowe, who just assassinated Tim Wong on Icelander, going up against B. Budnik, who now has taken down their second KO of the day. But this is, I think, going to be a very tall order for B to bring home.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see to what extent B has teched for this matchup. I think you could make a case that this isn't even a matchup you could really tech for, and maybe this is a dodge first sort of mentality to approach to the matchup, but we'll have to see. B's surprised me throughout the day.
It does make me think that these Florian stack lists are running a pretty darn clean 40 and that there's a lot of room in the sideboard for tech pieces, but with the number of, say red defense reactions that deck is running, I would have to imagine that some of them are going to have to come in against Kano and are going to be all but useless unless Jeremy decides to bring in some of those battle mage cards like Fandal's Fighting Spirit.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be wise for him to do so here.
Yeah, absolutely not. Again, I really do think that it's Kano's matchup to lose. But again, there's a reason we play out the games, and sometimes things happen and surprise us.
Flesh and Blood is all about the magic, ladies and gentlemen, and more magic is what we have in store for you. Some of it will be in the form of rune chant tokens, the other of which will be in some big fat arcane spells. Before we go there, though, do have to mention one more time MinMaxGames, the tournament organizer for today in the first ever streamed Battleground event, but certainly not the only one going on around the world. But there is a specific website for fab singles for MinMax. This is one that you're going to go to solely for fab singles, ladies and gentlemen. That's www.minmaxgamesfab.com. If you're looking for that illustrious pre-order of Omens of the Third Age booster boxes, that is going to be on the main MinMax site, www.minmaxgames.com. And I do want to mention here the deal is 4 boxes of Omens of the Third Age for $420, but it's not all that you get. You also get $20 in singles credit, which you can use here at the link on your screen.
That's right now. We don't know if they're going to keep it forever, so make sure you go out there and order early.
Well done indeed, Patrick. We are certainly corporate shills if anyone has anything to say about it, which means that we get to do more events, hopefully in the future. MinMax has been nothing but an amazing partner for us at Arcane Games and Events, and we just can't wait to do more of these streams. What do you say, folks? Go ahead and sound off in chat if you have been enjoying the action today, and if you will enjoy the last match that we have in store for you, which is, of course, B. Budnik on Florian. The stack of rune chants that possibly could versus Jeremy Stowe, the big, bad arcane baddie on Kano.
Yeah. Both players looking happy to be here. Of course, great run for both of them to have gone to this position and succeeded in what many were calling a KO meta. Not the case here.
And this is definitely something people to take note of, especially if they are heading their way to something like Calling Shanghai or, of course, ProTour Yokohama, which looms just next month. First banish for Jeremy Stowe, who seems to be on the play as he is the higher seed and therefore has the decision, is going to be an Emeritus Scolding. And it's just an Arcane Twining discarded with it in addition to the Crucible of Aetherweave. So only 4 arcane damage coming through. Not too bad ultimately for B, but it's only 3 AB in the equipment slot. Runebleed Robe, Null Rune Gloves, and Arcane Lantern.
So did B just leak 1? That was for 4, right?
Right. So I think they only should have taken 1.
They took 2, but because they pitched 2 reds, I think, unless I'm mistaken. So
I thought it was a red and a yellow. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
it could be. I don't know. But I think either way, B definitely took 2 damage, and now it goes up 1. So interesting that to the extent B, AB less than 3, choosing to keep those 2 cards in hand. Maybe one of them was the Arcane Seed's Life.
Now, one of the tech pieces that didn't find its way into B's equipment slate, at least, of course, is the Helm of Might and Magic, which does have Arcane Barrier 1 and Spell Void 1. Runebleed Robe will have kind of an effective Spell Void at the cost of 1 Rune Chant on perhaps the turn where Jeremy decides to hit the kill switch, but in this case, it is 5 Rune Chants already generated for B, thanks to Arcane Seed's Life, and also an extra bit of life gain from Fruits of the Forest. Back up to 21 to Jeremy Stowe's 15, but that can all vanish in the blink of an eye.
And I think B bringing Scepter of Pain here sort of signals that's probably the only weapon B has, right? Because you would think if there was a Nebula Blade or a Reaping Blade or something else, that might be the choice in this matchup.
Cindering Foresight opting 3 here, I believe, leaving a red, then a blue, then a red. I think it was the Voltic. Sorry, no, it was the Photon Splicing left on top. There's a blue and then a Voltic Bolt left on the top of the deck. This Photon Splicing coming in for 6, beefed up by 2, 1 from the Crucible of Aetherweave, 1 from the Cindering Foresight. B luckily finds the blue to stymie as much of that damage as humanly possible. Down now to 18. Jeremy back on the affirmative. Going to do some action speed stuff in addition, popping first Hold Focus to amp 1. And then sending Crucible of Aetherweave and Scalding Rain in the red. So another 6 arcane damage. Ultimately, a 4-card 12 is pretty okay on the physical. When your opponent can only block a maximum amount of your arcane damage, it's even better.
Yeah, and even better than that, I mean, the B's deck is not built to utilize 3-card hands very efficiently. B really wants to be using them defensively. So here, Jeremy, preventing, by virtue of the equipment B is brought, can only really use 1 card efficiently on defense.
And I think that's ultimately why B has brought AB3, because ultimately you can only depend on being able to cash in 1 card at each one's of these moments, you know?
Right. But again, I think this is one of those where maybe if B had the chance to have AB6 or something crazy like
nice.
that would be pretty nice. But B doing a great job of finding these Arcane Seeds lives early to effectively shore up a little bit of extra life.
Very curious is that they kept a 4-card hand here with, I believe, 2 copies of Chorus of Rotwood and a Runeblood Incantation. So perhaps the idea is to pitch 1 chorus, save the other chorus in the arsenal for later. Or maybe even to cast 1 now and try to get Earth cards in the Banish Zone right away.
Well, B had it looks like a 4-red hand.
was,
then.
yeah.
So, I guess you could have just AB3'd and pitched 3 reds and kept 1 in arsenal, but either way, not where you want to be.
The choice is to send 1 Chorus of Rotwood, leave the other song in the arsenal for later, pitching the Runeblood Incantation.
And
I guess they're all songs.
And this red pitch is very telling,
Mm.
I think, or you would think, unless, B is, Jeremy maybe thinks B is trying to do something shifty and keep a blue in hand to be arsenaled. But yeah, maybe signaling to Jeremy that if he can push arcane damage, now is the time to do so.
Yeah, just like the game against Icelander, Jeremy must be smelling blood, especially when his hand is almost completely flush with water. Dare I say, is that a Fiendal's Fighting Spirit in the hand? Did he actually bring the attack actions?
Tough to see from this angle.
I want to say that's the last card behind the blue Voltic Bolt. That's the 1 red in hand.
Yeah, but I never heard somebody say water to refer to a bunch of blues. I kind of like that.
Well, Mystic makes me think water, right? Those were all water themed.
I see.
Droplet,
Yeah.
spillover, all that nonsense.
Sure.
Yeah, he's got himself Fiendal's Fighting Spirits in the deck. In this case, he's opting to Talismanic Lens coming in huge, because this means that Jeremy can avoid hitting that miss ultimately.
Yeah. Yeah, so, assuming Jeremy has 1 in hand, which we're not 100% sure yet, and he bottoms this one, that at least means, presumably, there are no other misses in the deck.
And so both of those cards go to the bottom. It was Cindering Foresight plus Fiendal's Fighting Spirit. It's an activation of Kano here. Card found. Not being revealed immediately.
Show it to us, Jeremy. Come on.
He might not be able to.
Oh, it might like me.
Because if it's not a non-attack action card, okay, cool. It's an Arcane Twining, which is still not what Jeremy wanted to see. Ultimately, when he popped that Talismanic Lens, he really wishes he saw something like an Emeritus Scolding or another red arcane damage spell.
Yeah, but I mean, at least here it's it's coming in for damage that basically saying give me the arsenal or take this to the face, and these chips do add up.
Mm-hmm. They certainly have added up so far, even though B has done a ton of life gain, is now down to 11.
You guessed it, Bryce. There's probably the happiest. To the extent Jeremy's going to keep a 2-card hand, this is the best possible one that B would want to see, I guess.
And I don't think B can believe it. There was a shrug of the eyebrows, shall I call it, ultimately, when an attack action card came their way. Perhaps was like, man, if only I could have found those defense reactions that I was forced to put in the deck right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're not in the hand.
B pitched one turn 0, I think. Haven't seen any of the others. I mean, we know there's at least one Rootbound Carapace in there.
So be all too happy to be blocking with some of these cards and also putting Earth cards in the graveyard, mind you, something that is so difficult for both Florian and Verdance when the opponent is not sending physical damage.
Yeah. Jeremy at 15 still, no damage from B, but got a nice stack of 10 Rune Chants to play with.
Now it's harvest season into Chorus of Rotwood. One resource is going to be left over for defense on Jeremy's I guess affirmative turn ultimately, even though it's B's turn. But this is exactly when Kano likes to play. Jeremy's still at his starting life total of 15. And also to add insult to injury in a match where I think Florian is definitely unfavored, Wizards in general just kind of have a lot of Arcane Barrier in their equipment suite. Nevertheless, Jeremy decides to leave it only in Spellfire Cloak. So if he decides to pop it at some point, he will indeed just have to take whatever rune chants come his way. It's an activation of Kano here. Finding Emeritus Scalding. I don't think it's in the red.
Shield's down for B, though, right?
Shield's 100% down for B.
I guess one Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, with one Arcane Barrier and then also one prevention from Runebleed Robe. I don't believe B has been able to get the 4 Earth cards in Banish, so Well-Grounded is not going to be online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
7 damage
3.
here.
Oof.
And the follow-up is Snapback, 3 Arcane. Yep, cannot tap that Well-Grounded, unfortunately. B counts the cards in the Banish Zone once again. They're just not there. Will be alive after taking all of the damage from Snapback, perhaps thinking about utilizing Runebleed Robe. I'm sorry, maybe I miscounted.
I thought there were only 3, but I wasn't paying super close attention, so I'm sure B took a look there and confirmed.
Oh, I'm sorry. There were 2 choruses. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
That was my mistake.
Yeah.
I was only remembering the one at the time.
Well, it's all right. I only remembered the one, too. But yeah, B choosing to cash in there, and that's a good time. Shields were down. That was all just straight damage to Jeremy. And I think he might have drawn up another defense reaction, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought I saw 2 Rootbound Carapace. I hope I'm wrong for B's sake.
Don't think it's Carapace, Bryce.
It definitely is in the plural.
Is that how it works? I thought
Yeah,
it was
it's
US.
Carapace. I'm just
whatever.
kidding. What do you think it was? Carapaces?
Well, yeah, let's move on.
Carapace.
So Jeremy here responding to the harvest season trigger. If B has a grip full of reds, it's very possible he'll be able to present lethal here.
There's a lot of reds there. There are 2 Rootbound Carapace. I know that one of them is a red. But unfortunately for Jeremy, he continues to banish blues. In this case, it's a blue Rousing Aether, which is not only blue, it's also cost intensive, cost 2. There's a Snapback. Ain't too shabby.
Yeah. B did not look happy to see that snapback being put on the stack.
To snap back to reality.
Okay. All right.
B better watch out. Otherwise, there goes gravity.
2 damage coming
Give me my satisfaction. 2 arcane damage here from the Rousing Aether. And yes, it is Rootbound Carapace. Man, I think that's actually a yellow.
It must be, because that's the only card B pitched. If it were
Yeah.
red, you'd have to imagine B's not leaving any money on the table with this arcane damage.
And no resources either. So Rousing Aether blocked out there. What isn't blocked out is the effective amp from Rousing Aether afterwards. This is 5 arcane damage now from the snapback. B only has reds. Yeah. Oh, is that a yellow Tilling? No, it's a yellow Autumn's Touch, a red Tilling, and yet another Rootbound Carapace, this time in the red. So
B
B
will
can
be able to
survive.
survive this, yeah, by pitching a yellow and a red here. Have to imagine they'll choose to keep the most offensively potent card in hand, which is the red, was it Autumn's Touch?
Cadaverous Tilling.
Cadaverous Tilling. But we'll temporarily go down to 1.
Temporarily, and then back up to 4, which is still not a safe place against Kano, even though they're completely tapped out. Man, even if Jeremy had banished something like a red Voltic Bolt, that would be curtains, if I'm not mistaken, for B.
Mm-hmm. Well, B is now up to 16 rune chance, so I mean it's so risky to send it right at any point because you're probably going to go shields down if you send an attack, right? Because you.
I mean, that right there, if B had the blue Amplify the Arknight in hand, I would have to imagine that after Harvest Season pops, they would have sent it.
Oh, right, sure. But I guess, yeah, sending Cadaverous Tilling, depending on what the rest of your hand looks like, if you're flush with blues, maybe you just go for it here.
Okay, looks like B might be holding priority here. I don't think there's a whole lot of shenanigans that Florian has at his disposal at the end of the opponent's turn.
Could be a Fruits of the Forest, but I don't know, you probably keep that for its blue pitch, right?
True.
Or I guess to be cheeky and gain life as lethal is presented.
I do love cheekiness. In this case, it's back to B as the affirmative player, and here comes Cadaverous Tilling. B says, respond or die, I think.
Yeah, I mean, oof. This is a lot of damage, Bryce. This is so 16 rune chance, that's 24. Yeah, Jeremy is going to presumably have to make a decision between. Wait, what just happened there? So
I believe he just accepted all the rune chants, so he's down to 1. Yep.
Down to 1, and this is going to come in for 8. So maybe Jeremy going to make the choice to block out and just set up for the kill turn next turn.
It depends on what he's got right here and now, but he's laying it down. It must be a lot of reds. I see a Scalding Rain at the very least. Yeah, 2 red Rousing Aethers. My goodness, Jeremy drew up reds really when he didn't want to. But ultimately, as long as Kano is at 1, he is in the game. He's much like Prism in that way, and he's going to be able to arsenal the most potent red threat that he has and then send it on B's next turn.
But B IP2, and those were 2 reds, Bryce. So it could be that B is red locked here. I mean, I could be mistaken. No, actually, no, sorry. My mistake. B
There was a
kept the
Sigil of
blue.
Sylphide earlier. Yeah.
So I think 2 blues in hand here for B.
Which is still not the amount of insulation that you really want, especially when you're going to have to spend almost an entire blue to send this, Colors of Aria, in this case, yes, a full blue being sent here.
And once again.
And it's more more blocks from Jeremy Stowe, who is being patient. A gentleman by the name of Majin Bey once told me that I will not hit the kill button as Kano until I know 100% that I am going to get the kill. Aether Quickening here coming in at action speed for 5. Potentially go again if B accepts all of the damage, but then they'll be dead. So I doubt we're going to see that.
Yeah, so Jeremy here likely to 2 damage. Get B down to 2 for what could be the turn that Jeremy finally goes for it.
And B, even though we've been saying this is an unfavored matchup, finds themselves in one of the better positions you can be in against Kano as Florian, I think.
Yeah, and I think finding a Fertile Ground, if I'm not mistaken, in hand.
That is a fertile ground.
So some potential for cheekiness there.
Will gain 5 life ultimately because there are plenty of Earth cards in the Banished Zone.
And of course, that's a 2 cost, so will require some commitment, which could be scary.
What also requires commitment here is the Aether Quickening. Although B could just send that Fertile Ground and an extra 1 Arcane Barrier against the 5 and still survive.
There's a lot on the line here, Bryce. These players have played very, very well. We've seen both B and Jeremy navigate very difficult matchups to get to this position, and there is a lot on the line. I believe a PTI, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're right. It is a pitch of 1 blue card in order to survive the Aether Quickening. Read the runes played on B's turn. So now be holding back that fertile ground, I think, waiting for Jeremy to dare to say something in response. Now it's Mage Master Boots. The next non-attack action for Jeremy will gain Go Again here. The cost of which is 1. Follow up with Crucible of Aetherweave. And then Voltic Bolt in the red. Floating 2 here. This is 5 arcane damage with Go Again. Excuse me, 6 arcane damage with Go Again. B must do something in response here. That AB3, even the extra bit of effective Spell Void from Runebleed Robe is not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is essentially calling for the fertile ground now, right? So that, of course, with that on the stack, that will give Jeremy another chance to respond to the extent that's something something he can do. But nope.
No, doesn't elect to because, and I think it's pretty face up for B because the Mage Master Boots were popped there. That is signaling to B that Jeremy wants to play at action speed this turn. So telegraphing that there's another red in the hand.
Yeah, B would have really loved another blue here. Instead, stuck with that Rootbound Carapace, which has to feel like an albatross in this matchup.
Which, was the risk of the IP penalty play. By playing Read the Runes, B did not give themselves a pitch outlet, really. Could have, I think, elected to overpitch on a red card for Arcane Barrier on the previous turn cycle.
Yep. And here, B just going to activate Root and Blood Robe, I believe is the name of that card.
Runebleed Robe,
Runebleed
yes.
Robe, which will destroy a Rune Chant and itself to prevent 1 damage here. So 1 arcane damage. So surviving at exactly 1. We are at parity. Of course, not true parity because, there's a lot that Jeremy can do to sort of end the game at a moment's notice.
And the eyebrows go up for B, who simply has to pass back to Jeremy, which is exactly where Kano wants to be. And Jeremy looks to the sky because he's finally found a fistful of blues. There's Rousing Aether, sent in with Crucible of Aetherweave, is going to be the coup de grace, not just of this game, but also the first ever televised Battleground, Sage-flavored, of course, put on by MinMaxGames. Jeremy Stowe is your champion. And once again, Patrick, I'm left wondering, who the heck is telling you that Kano isn't good?
Kano keeps winning, Bryce. But I do want to give a quick shout out to B because that was a very close game. A matchup that we both felt would be really uphill, getting Kano down to just 1 life. Very close.
And we do have to say that a lot of things did not go well for the Kano player early. There were a lot of blues banished randomly off the top. There was a talismanic lens that found a miss and ultimately another miss in Cindering Foresight. There was a Cindering Foresight that didn't quite find the sauce that we wanted, but ultimately that is definitely Kano's match to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think navigating, I guess, that's some of the difficulty about picking some of the meta contenders that can, it seems like B had a 2-0 day into KO. Some of those decks that do have a good matchup into what is the presumptive leader of the format in KO maybe struggle into some of the other decks, which are proving to be just as successful. It seems like, to your earlier point, Kano is winning events here and there in this format.
But man, Patrick, to recap the day real quick, even though we ended it with one of the meta mainstays in Kano taking the whole thing down, we saw a lot of interesting approaches to Silver Age all day. I mean, the fact that we only saw one Ira make it to the top 8 is a huge surprise to me, considering how well they were doing. I would say way outperforming KO in terms of attacking the rest of the field. We also saw a Riptide win on stream in very handsome fashion against a KO. B. Budnik, in their own right, taking this stack Florian, which is not an unknown quantity, but still, even people like us have been talking about how it's down bad when it comes to the other decks in the room. So Silver Age has some sauce left to be explored.
Absolutely. And, it seems like the ninjas were out here in numbers, at least with Ira, 1 in the top 8. They really, at least from my perspective, want to be preying upon these wizards that were so successful today. Doesn't seem like it quite broke that way. This is a very dynamic format. I've said it several times, and there is a bit of sort of a triangle metagaming happening there.
Well, as long as the good folks at home are listening to you, Patrick, Silver Age will not rue the day, and it'll be back not just at ProTour Yokohama, but in competitive events in the future. Folks, that is ultimately going to do it for us here at MinMaxGames. Thank you so much for tuning in all day long. We appreciate your eyeballs and ear holes, and we hope to see you on our next stream. For now, we're going to be saying bye-bye on behalf of, yes, MinMaxGames, Arcane Games and Events, Bryce Platts, and Patrick R., and we will be seeing you next time.